Oops. Okay, good evening, everyone. I would now like to call tonight's regular council meeting to order, please. Thank you, everyone, for joining with us tonight. I would like to begin by acknowledging that this meeting is happening on the territory of the Sooke Nation. Council, I'll look to item 3, which is approval of tonight's regular meeting of It's looking for approval of tonight's regular meeting of council and to be adopted as circulated, please. Moved by Councillor Beddoes, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Item 4 is a suite of council minutes. Regular council, February 12th, special council, February 26th, regular council of the 26th. We have February the 28th, special council of March the 11th for the special and the regular. Budget deliberations, a special committee of the whole, March 13th, special committee of the whole, March 18th, special council, March 25th, and regular council meeting of March 25th. So look for all of these to be adopted as circulated, and I understand some housekeeping or edits have already been provided to staff. So let's move by Councillor Bateman. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Beddoes. All those in favor, please. Any opposed? None opposed. That's carried unanimously. Item 5 will be where we will resolve into committee of the whole. So that will allow a larger discussion given our presentation today. The committee of the whole will cover off the report of the CAO as well as our presentation for the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. So council, I'll look to resolve into committee of the whole, please. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Beddoes. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. So now sitting as committee of the whole, the only change to the procedural will be that one mover and no seconder for any motions, and any motions that emerge from committee of the whole will go back to council. So I'll now go to item 6, which would be our report of the Chief Administrative Officer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. This CAO report is a little different than typical as we have special guests joining us this evening. Michael Pearson is a director with the Vancouver Island District of the Provincial Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure, otherwise known as MOTI. And Sean Haley is the Operations Area Manager for the South Island. Before I hand things over to our guests, I wanted to offer a brief introduction for those attending in the room as well as online. First off, I want to thank you to Michael, Sean, the other staff members there, Owen and Ryan. I know your attendance in this forum is somewhat unconventional, but your presence and testament is a testament to your commitment and collaborative teamwork that operates behind the scenes between district and provincial staff. As we prioritize the implementation of our transportation master plan and projects with MOTI, come to a literal intersection between jurisdictions. The quarterly meeting cycle recently established to ensure open and regular communication that is conducive to maximizing opportunities and supporting proactive planning with direction available from council is recognized and appreciated. I think it's important everyone in this room is aware of these efforts. So often you'll hear about teams, perhaps more so in government agencies working in silos, and that's not the case here. So I thank you for that. Working collaboratively is always better than working in silos. To the community, thank you for attending tonight, for submitting questions in advance and being open to listening. Being present and prioritizing attending today's discussion, among many other things you're juggling, is greatly appreciated. We know from experience, you guys are the ones, and staff as well, are stuck in this traffic. So your voice is important to the process and is always appreciated to be heard. The goals from tonight's meeting are to acknowledge existing challenges, recognize future and near future works within the district's jurisdictions on our local roads and trail systems, and foster collective understanding of MOTI's role in propelling us towards viable solutions. We can most effectively do this with your presence. Again, thank you for joining us both in person and online. And before MOTI staff begin, I would like to highlight the works currently underway within the district's jurisdiction as we work to implement the Transportation Master Plan and better manage the local road transportation network in Sooke. To do so, our engineering team has a brief presentation. And with that, I'll hand it over to our Manager of Engineering, Raphael Matson.
Thank you. There's a PowerPoint. Yep. As caretakers of our local roads, the district has an important job to make sure that they work well and are safe for everyone. This includes a range of tasks from routine maintenance to comprehensive design and construction, all aligned with the standards of the Transportation Master Plan. Such standards highlight essential elements like sidewalks, streetlights, and drainage to ensure that our roads can help facilitate smooth vehicular traffic movements and also prioritize pedestrian safety and accessibility for now and well into the future. The Transportation Master Plan serves as a roadmap for how we develop the transportation infrastructure in Sooke over the next 25 years. This plan isn't necessarily set in stone. It's updated to reflect changes in our community and what people need. Council may also approve variances as closer examination is done on properties as they come forward for development. The latest TMP was adopted in October 2020. It's important to note that the TMP is not just a list of ideas and actions, it's a vision. It shows what we want our transportation system to look like in the future. It aims to make sure everyone can get around easily and anchors recommendations staff bring to council to inform their decision-making authority. To make sure we're using our resources wisely, we take coordinated approach to plan implementation. This means we plan for the short term while also thinking about what we need in the long run. By doing this, the TMP directs smart investments and benefit to everyone in the community. More specifically, the TMP includes design standards for our complete streets, some of which are captured on this slide. It's important to acknowledge the plan will take time and money to realize. The next few slides present a snapshot of the works underway and anticipated in the next few years. Current build-out includes Church Throop Roundabout, Charters Road Corridor, and Little River Pedestrian Crossing will be breaking ground later this year. I recognize that realizing these projects has been a long time coming, in particular with Charters Road. To provide some historical context, in the specific local road, the atmospheric river event in 2021 undermined part of the road. As a result, we sought emergency aid in hopes of lessening the cost on local taxpayers. Unfortunately, this funding route proved unsuccessful in the early days, so we turned our attention to ensuring a design that could better meet the long-term needs of the community and optimizing pedestrian connectivity in line with the TMP as an active route to school. Specific to the Little River crossing, this pedestrian bridge will transform approximately 8-kilometer round trip by vehicle on Highway 14 to a 1-kilometer pedestrian route, which has the potential to lessen some of the bottleneck of traffic occurring around Poye and Journey school sites. This project has been underway with the district seeking grant funding for several years. These efforts have been rewarded with a $1.3 million investment from the federal government and a $500,000 from the provincial government. Design work priorities for the year ahead include major works for Throop Road and Phillips Road. The scope of the design will continue the connectivity from Church Throop Roundabout to offer an alternative route around the town core within our local road network. Estimated timelines for work of this scope is a 1-year design horizon with a 2-year build out. This is, of course, provided with financial resources available. Given our annual general municipal tax revenues to fund all operating expenses, including support for capital projects provided, approximately $11 million each year, borrowing to fund such works may be a consideration pending support of council and the community. Looking further ahead, a series of current and future build-outs are captured on this slide. Again, realizing that each of these projects takes a considerable amount of human and financial resources. As mentioned, costs, it is important to recognize the various tools to support funding such infrastructure. Examples of various funding tools include the Growing Communities Fund. This is a one-time provincial investment distributed among BC's local governments. Sooke's portion is $5.9 million and is predominantly used to fund charters. Road development cost charges. Development cost charges allow local governments to levy charges on new development to pay for new or expanded infrastructure such as sewer, water, drainage, parks, and roads necessary to adequately service the demands of the new development. Development cost charges are calculated separately for each category of infrastructure and often represent a portion, if not all, of the anticipated project costs. Development frontage improvements and community building fund. The Canada Community Building Fund is a source of funding from the federal government and is provided twice a year to provinces and territories, who in turn flow this funding to municipalities to support local infrastructure priorities. There are also numerous grant streams which the district is continually seeking. As mentioned previously, long-term borrowing is also an option. When we talk about our transportation network, we're not just thinking about cars, we're also considering how people walk and bike around town and how they use transit. We want everyone to have a safe and accessible way to get where they need to go and ultimately build a truly connected community. One key project in this realm is the Little River Crossing, as previously mentioned. Additionally, transit hubs are another important element. The combined efforts and considerations are aimed to deliver multimodal transportation that will serve Sooke for generations to come. While the main focus today is on roads, it's crucial to recognize the broader community planning efforts happening in Sooke. Relative recently, the district has established a new local government portfolio with the Community Economic Development led by the Community Development Officer. This position is vital to our efforts to attract investors and businesses to our area. Why is this important? Well, it's about creating opportunities for our community to thrive within our own municipal borders. It reflects the district's effort to bring more employees who can provide not just good paying jobs to Sooke and ultimately lessen the need for commuting. With that, I will pass it back to CAO Gray.
Thank you, Ms. Matson. And just before I hand it over to Modi, I just, as Ms. Matson was alluding to, it's also important to acknowledge that Modi is one of several stakeholders to help us address the prolonged commute. There are other agencies that can help us work through this challenge, including BC Transit, School District 62. As evidenced by today's attendance, there's a community also keen to realize a solution. It's going to take all of us working together. However, specific to what role Modi might have in support of the efforts to improve the quality of life for our residents, specific to Highway 14 travel, will be the focus of tonight's conversation. Modi will provide a presentation and in doing so, respond to questions received in advance and captured in the information package attached tonight to tonight's agenda. And council will be, before a Q&A session between our guests and council will occur. With that, please welcome Michael and Sean. Thank you.
Good evening, and thanks for having us. As I was introduced, I'm Mike Pearson. I'm the director for Vancouver Island District with the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. I've been with the ministry almost 20 years now, and most of my career here on Vancouver Island. And so we have a brief presentation today to kind of go over a few introductions and key contacts for yourselves and for your staff working with us in the district, as well as an overview of some of the recent works completed on Highway 14, and speak a little bit about what we're thinking about for the future. So Sean, I'll let you introduce yourself as well.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having us. My name is Sean Haley. I'm the operations manager for Ministry of Transportation's South Vancouver Island, including the Southern Gulf Islands as well.
So just as I think I skipped that one already, so I'll go on. So my role is to cover Vancouver Island in this whole, and as well as the Gulf Islands. And as Sean indicated, the service area 1 area that he that Sean's responsible, including the Gulf Islands, can be seen below. We also have 2 other staff. Owen Page is the roads area manager for Highway 14. And so he would be our main point of contact for anything related to immediate maintenance or safety issues. And then we have Ryan Pinch as our senior development services officer. He deals with any development approvals adjacent to or within 800 meters of the highway. So those are some key contacts, and we're happy to provide emails. Actually, they're all online as well, if needed. So I wanted to start with some background, and I don't think this will be a surprise to anyone, but I thought I'd just go over it for completeness. The average annual daily traffic on Highway 14 has significantly increased over the last 10 years at about 25%. which is huge. It reflects the growth that's been here, not only in the West Shore, in the Western communities, but also in Sooke. Currently, the volume is around 17,000 vehicles per day. And through the Langford section of Highway 14, it goes upwards as 31,000 vehicles per day. For comparison, Highway 19 around Nanaimo Parksville is about the same 31,000 vehicles per day. And 17,000 vehicles today would be similar to, well, maybe Highway 4 in the summertime, or maybe Highway 18. Transit ridership, at least in 2020, was about 2,600 passengers per day. The graph there is actually from 2015. It's a little dated, but that's actually from the open house that we did previously, but it's really just intended to show you, well, I think what everyone knows and is very well aware of. There's two main peaks in the travel throughout the day. The main first peak is at about 6 a.m. You can see a sharp incline to basically where it goes from very low volumes to very high volumes, and it's indicative of commuter traffic. And then you can see a bit of a lull throughout the day. And then again, that afternoon peak period starts at around 3 o'clock. And depending on conditions and then depending on what's happening on the road, obviously those peaks can change. So we have been doing a lot of planning, not only on Highway 14, but in the South Vancouver Island. In 2020, the South Island Transportation Strategy was released. And that was really a reflection of the fact that expanding highways and solely focusing on just the highways, was not going to solve all the problems in Southern Vancouver Island to get around. It was an acknowledgement that we need to think broader and more integrated. And so we developed 4 goals through that work. It includes ensuring sustainable travel options, strengthening connections between travel modes, improve safety and reliability of the highways and transportation network, and support and encourage active transportation options. I think this is very much in alignment with your transportation master plan and the goals that Sooke had that we just heard about. So I just wanted to present that. There is actually 3 documents that are all available online. There's a summary report, which is, you can see the title page of here. There's also a transportation snapshot, which is technical report number 1, which gives a lot of background data and information. And then there's technical report number 2. In that second report, it's actually probably the thickest one. It's probably the one that most people ignore. But it has all of the crazy options and ideas that anyone's ever thought about, including Highway 14 and Highway 1 and Highway 17. And so if there's, just wanted to point that out because I think a lot of people maybe missed that technical report number 2 because it's maybe it's a bit drier. But. So I'll take us back to 2018. That was actually the last time we engaged with Sooke publicly in a public open house. We did a series of 2 open houses. And this was related to the corridor, first corridor planning. And then the second one was really focused on the priority that we heard from the first corridor, from the first open house, which was that Connie to Glints section. It was actually quite well attended at 856 participants, both online and in person. And there's 2 summary engagement reports, both of which are available online, if anyone would like to go back to look at those. So Highway 14 corridor investment, I've just kind of summarized. I know you probably can't read that, it's quite small, but it's really just to highlight that we have continually invested in Highway 14, and this is showing from 2017 to 2023. And you can sort of see the dots throughout the entire length of the 100-kilometer corridor. There's the big projects that you're all aware of, and then there's also the other projects that we've included, which would include the Parkinson Hill, slope repairs and other base repairs, things that are maybe go a little bit more unnoticed, but are there to preserve the roadway. Yeah, so it also at the bottom, I've included the volumes just to kind of give reference to how the volumes change quite dramatically across the length of the corridor.
VPD references vehicles per day.
Thank you, Sean. So again, this is not news to anyone. This is the Connie to Glints project that was identified in 2018. And just a bit of a refresher of why this was chosen. It was chosen based on safety. The Gillespie Road intersection and right around it was the highest crash location on the corridor between Langford and Sooke. And so that's what area was chosen primarily based on safety implications. And so with the scoping of the project, we were able to include a lot of those same goals and objectives that we had identified within SITS, which include, which actually I'll get into in the next slide, so I won't jump ahead of myself here. But yes, it did include a lot of the features that we've been talking about for highway safety, which included the median barrier, as well as the passing opportunity with the 4-laning. It included basically the interchange to allow Gillespie Road to have free movements for right turns. 43 vehicle parking stall for a park and ride, 8 EV charging stations, as well as a pedestrian underpass and improvements to the transit stops. And finally, within the culverts that we did within the project, we actually oversized them, not only for climate resiliency, but also for wildlife passage. So they are there both dual purpose for future climate conditions, as well as the ability for animals to go underneath the highway. And if you're curious where those are, they're just sort of on the eastern limit of the project. So maybe I'll let you speak to this one, Sean, if you like.
Yeah, sure. So the ministry, the district office and Sooke district, we have been working together on a few things, which I'm sure councillors are familiar with. So we're taking a look at in 2019, we completed the sidewalk with Sooke between Otter Point and Ed McGregor Park. And we are working on we're looking at the design work to continue that sidewalk from Ed McGregor to Whiffen Spit. There's also design that we're working on with the district of Sooke as well, between Church Road and Phillips Road, just looking at some pedestrian improvements and some potential intersection improvements that we can do through there as well. And recently the ministry, as Raphael spoke to, is partnering with the district of Sooke on some of Sooke's projects through our active transportation grant money, the Little River multi-use trail, and the Charters Roads South Streetscape project.
Thanks, Sean. So that's kind of the presentation in brief, although I did want to touch a little bit on, because you probably noticed I haven't spoken to the future. And I think that's really focused around a lot of the conversations like this. And I would like to highlight how well we've been working with your staff over the last number of years. As we've seen these two projects here, working with Jeff and his staff on getting the designs completed for those, we were able to cost share on funding the design work for those. And so now it's really just getting those to implementation. We think we're happy to work with Sooke on whatever the priorities are. And so I think that's partly what we'd like to hear a little bit more about today. I know we've talked a lot about SITS and the goals of SITS being highway safety, not necessarily capacity. I know there's a lot of discussion and a lot of comments from the public that we've heard about the length of the commute and further 4-laning. At this point, there's no immediate plans for future 4-laning. That's not to say it couldn't happen, but it's a question I think that we need to raise, and I'd like to hear more feedback from Sooke and others about whether that's the priority or if there's other things that we should be thinking about in terms of mode shift from either transit or active transportation and investments in those sort of things. So I know I haven't spoken too much about the future, but I just wanted to sort of leave it at that and more hear about the discussion. So thank you.
Okay, so we had reached out to the public just to provide some context. So within the agenda package that we have today, our staff had compiled feedback from members of the public. And so is there anything that you can comment on some of the concerns that have been raised around safety? Particularly with all of our elementary schools on the highway. So, the speed is coming in from the Port Renfrew side, comes in quite fast. It doesn't change. It's 60, I believe, and it's not until you hit Ed McGregor that it actually drops to 50. But meanwhile, you've blown through a school zone, and we have little ones on John Muir. And then also coming from Victoria to Sooke in the Casinos area in particular with Cicino School. And then even crossing for students going to Edward Milne who may take transit, have to cross a busy highway. And so there's a lot of concerns around safety. And then Sooke Elementary itself has a crosswalk, but it doesn't have a button to push. So we rely on the crossing guard there when that's actually possible. We've also heard from residents about the Goose crossing in particular. The notification of that light is very short before you hit the Goose itself. Not everyone pushes the button there. And then also, as you then encourage people to use active transportation, it all comes down to one bridge. So if residents do visit the gallery, the potholes, which is very popular, and then make their way into Sooke, is busy, and then the 4 lanes to 2, it all comes down to one bridge. So when we talk about safety, what about the plans to make it safer for all of these necessary amenities that, for as long as I can see, will continue to remain on Highway 14?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I read that in the comments as well, particularly around, I think it was Woodlands Road as well as Parkland Road as well, in addition to the ones you've mentioned. Yeah, we're happy to work to make further safety improvements, particularly around the schools. If that's things like flashing crosswalks or adjusting speed limits, if that makes sense. We've worked in the past with our paving projects and shoulder widening projects around John Muir. We're happy to do more there if there's more necessary. Similarly at all the other schools, as Sooke Secondary or Sooke Elementary. If that's a crosswalk that could benefit from a flashing crosswalk, that's something we can look into for sure. We have been working with the Sooke Nation as well as yourselves, Sooke, and the school board around Cicinos and the Adelmore intersection. There's some engineering and some thinking going around what we could do to improve not only the intersection there, but also the school drop off. So there's some planning work going on there. So we're very much aware of the issues around the schools, and we're happy to participate and work with the school board as well as Sooke to make those safer for the kids.
But what about plans to just build an overpass instead of a flashing crosswalk? Because then the traffic, I mean, we can enforce it. We're increasing our police complement to enforce the traffic. But an overpass, even if the Goose was rerouted somewhat, so that, because I get it, on one side it's steep, the other side it drops. It may not make sense to have an overpass in that particular location, but to realign the Goose a bit where folks could travel down and cross over, like actually climb over the highway. Or for the schools, like why have not pedestrian overpasses been considered? I drive through View Royal sometimes and they have one for Shoreline School that their students use actively all the time. Can that consideration be done here for our students? Because even if you change the egress to the school, the students do access and need to cross to access the water. Maybe in Cicinos, they go to Billings Spitz. Our Gatewood Trail comes, folks will have to cross the highway. Sooke Elementary, they cross the highway. So it just seems that why can't overpass bridges be considered rather than just flashing crosswalks?
Yeah. So I guess with the Galloping Goose, I think you raised a good point there. I mean, we've done improvements in the past, but I know that there's still issues there. And even in recent years, there's been incidents. I think the most recent one involved dump trucks. And so I think that one it does have topography challenges and potentially right-of-way challenges. However, I think that one's is something that maybe we could consider looking at. There's no reason we couldn't look at the schools as well for pedestrian overpasses. However, I think the question remains is understanding sort of the long-term plan around the schools. Are they going to remain there? Because pedestrian overpasses are a large investment, and certainly they're worthwhile if it's to provide safety for school. It's just fitting that in with long-term planning.
Well, from what I've learned from the school board and seen in their facilities plan, all the schools are intended to remain in the location that they are. Sooke Elementary is over 100 years old. So, and while there could be egress changes to it, it still is going to remain in that same site. And I understand that the other schools will receive seismic enhancement, but rebuilt in the same location that they are.
So
And
yeah,
that hasn't
certainly.
changed.
Yeah, for sure. I don't claim to know all the long-term plans of the schools. But if that's something that is being requested of us to consider, I think it would be, good to have a staff to staff meeting about that to figure out priorities. Again, these structures take time, and they're not cheap either. And so it's figuring out how to prioritize those and then before we do any planning work.
I appreciate that. It's our youngest demographic.
Maybe more immediate measures that we could take could be having pedestrian activated lights like at the Sooke Elementary, for example, and maybe the more long-term planning stuff could be looking at the feasibility of a grade separated path.
Other, Counselor McMath, please.
So right at that 3 o'clock mark, obviously school's out, people are parking and then they're right on the highway, so everything stops right there.
Yep.
Do you have funding opportunities available to the school district to help them with relocating their buildings? Because one of their challenges, like everyone's, is finance. And we are pretty constricted when 100 grand is a 1% tax increase here. So do you have other funding models, grants, or projects from other municipalities where you've had a collaborative approach?
Unfortunately, no, that's outside of our mandate and jurisdiction. So I don't get involved in relocating schools.
So even when it's like technically a safety issue for highway, because of the location on the school, there's no resource for them to access?
I don't know if there's other resources for them to access. I mean, our job is to make sure that we manage the way the access is there. So we'll manage what's existing and make that safe. But in terms of relocating or something else, that's beyond our role.
So if they, for Sooke, for example, Sooke Elementary School, if that building is relocated to the back of the property, would you fund or assist in a different access for that school should it be moved, even though it is off and away from the highway?
It wouldn't necessarily, no, it wouldn't be part of our work. It would be part of the redevelopment of the school. So it would be part of that capital investment that the school district did at that time.
Okay.
Counselor Beddoes?
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation and thank you very much for being here tonight. And it's nice that we have a full gallery here. We don't often have that. As you know, we're working on the throughput extension, which will hopefully take some of that traffic off Highway 14, which you're responsible for, and move it to where people need to go in Sooke. But with that coming, there is a great deal of talk about a new bridge. We can't just have 2 lanes going across, so especially if we're going to split 1/3 of the traffic to go up and around Sooke and get off of Highway 14.
Mhm.
And because you've got all sorts of traffic going on the other side of Sooke as well, it's building up out that way. Is that on the horizon?
Um,
I'm putting you on the spot, but that's okay.
That's all right. That's why I'm
right.
here. No, it's not in the immediate plans to replace the Sooke River Bridge on Highway 14. I know it's been talked about a long time. And I could certainly follow up in terms of where it sits on priority list, but right now structurally, the bridge is fine.
Sure.
But it's just, I understand the functionality of the
Yeah.
bridge, and I heard that also in the comments in terms of active transportation. But no, not in.
And anticipating your answer, I thought that also, just as you cross the bridge, you go along a ways, and then you take a right turn for those people going up the Sun River. Is there any chance of extending that 3rd lane a little closer to the bridge so you get more cars moving off of Highway 14 sooner, which again will help with some of the backlog?
Potentially, it's something I want to
Okay,
look
I
at.
mean,
Yeah.
I had a look at it the other day. You've got all that old tractor and farm equipment down there.
Mhm.
But at least if you could make that right turn lane a little bit longer, people can get off that road a little bit quicker.
Mhm.
And another question on that same area, have you considered a roundabout at the Sooke River Road?
Sooke River Road,
Sooke, yeah, on the other side of the bridge.
at Phillips.
No, on this, the far side of the bridge, when you go up to the Pothills.
Mhm.
Sooke River, yeah.
Sooke River Road.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that should be a roundabout, and that would help again, moving things, keeping things going, but.
So a roundabout was considered prior to we installing the signal just a few years ago. I can't remember exactly what year it happened now, but it was relatively recently. And so we did do the analysis for both a roundabout, because we have a roundabout first policy,
Yeah,
and a signal. And operationally, the signal was proven out through a traffic analysis to
Really?
operate better than the roundabout.
wow, that's surprising, but anyways,
Mhm.
you've done your homework. I appreciate that.
Yep,
Okay, I'll let other councillors have a crack, so
thanks.
thank you.
Go ahead, Counselor Bateman.
Yeah, thank you for being here tonight. So you've seen the 64 sets of comments that are in the report, and they cover the full soup to nuts. A deputy minister was here at an event a couple of months ago, a former deputy minister, and he said the first question needs to be, how much within the ministry's 10-year capital plan is dedicated to Highway 14? And so how realistic do we need to be as we move forward? Do you have a number for me? I tried finding it online, but could not find that 10-year capital plan.
No, I don't have a number for you tonight on what's in the 10-year capital plan, but something I could follow up on.
Yeah, that would be a good answer to know where we stand. So within these 64 questions, there's an awful lot of suggestions. So I'll just look at, first of all, your awareness of the congestion on this road during afternoon rush hour. Can you tell me about your awareness of the level and yeah.
Yeah, I can probably speak to that. So I am a member on the Facebook Sooke, you know,
Okay.
all of the Facebook pages. And so I do get a good idea of the issues that people that are posting on that media platform anyway are saying. I also, when we do have MVIs, I'm very familiar with the effect that can have on the congestion in certain sections of the corridor where there is no detour. So I'm very, very live to that. And we do update Drive BC when those types of incidents happen. So whenever the incident is cleared, we have to update Drive BC again. And so we do have a pretty good idea of the effects that those MVIs do have on the corridor.
Okay, so there's the awareness there. And there's awareness that we're a very fast growing community. BC Stats says that by 2045, I think there will be 27,000 people in the community. It's another 70% more. So clearly there needs to be some solutions here. And I know the district is working on a whole series of community economic development and telecommuting and BC transit advocacy and other things. So in terms of the congestion solutions that were offered in our correspondence package tonight, traffic light timings at, we have our stoplights at Sooke River Road, Phillips Church and Otter Point. And I know the ministry has guidelines on how to do this best. Tell me how you analyze and adjust.
Yeah, for sure. So those we analyze it on kind of a regular basis every few years, basically, but we can also do it by request. And so basically our traffic engineering department will have a review of the signal timing and try to optimize it as best as possible for that intersection. So we'll use current traffic volumes and then which you can pull directly from the traffic signal itself. And then you can just build a model on that and retime the signal. All of our signals are actuated, which means you can see the circle loops in the road sometimes anyways, when there's not new asphalt. And so those basically are actuated by traffic. And so it makes it a dynamic timing. So it's not a fixed timing. So as there's more highway traffic, that will keep the green longer on the highway while still servicing the side street.
Okay. So yeah, I think it'd be worth requesting that to have a fresh look at those timings. Another idea here, and this is big bucks, of course, left-hand turn lanes to all side streets between Langford and Sooke. So what is your initial thought on a concept like that?
It's not a crazy idea. It makes sense.
Okay.
I even experiencing it this evening and through town. I think that's something we can work with districts of Sooke staff on in terms of even these sidewalk projects that we've been working on. I think it does make sense to have left turns at some of those intersections where there's more left turning vehicles. It just creates more opportunities to keep traffic moving, particularly here in this.
So here in the town center. Yes. Okay. The roundabouts, Councillor Beddoes mentioned Sooke River Road. We have Phillips upcoming as a future project, maybe as part of that sidewalk development project. Is this roundabout under consideration at that location?
So it's an intersection that Sooke Jeff has identified for us, and it's something we've been talking about for further future study. We haven't committed to anything just yet, but you know, it is on the radar, and I think it's something we do need to look at. Be it a roundabout or a signal, I don't know yet. I would wait for the traffic analysis, but so we'll see.
Okay. And I guess Idlemore would be another potential roundabout location.
Roundabout or signal, yes.
Or a signal. Do you think there's a problem with too many signals in succession down a, you know, I don't know, 3-4 kilometer stretch?
For sure. Every signal
For
adds delay to a commute.
Yeah.
And then also, but roundabouts, a combination of roundabouts and signals also has its own problems.
Mhm.
So we have to look at the corridor as a whole. But you're right, like every signal will add delay to a corridor. Not to say a roundabout wouldn't add some delay too, because you're just
Okay.
slowing people down.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the nature of intersections. So.
Okay, I have lots more here, but just in terms of that roundabout, one of the suggestions was better education for drivers regarding speeding, tailgating, overtaking, merging, and roundabout etiquette. So there's a whole series of, and I guess
Great.
that kind of education is out there.
It's a yes, please.
Yes,
More of
please. Okay.
more of it. I know we work with the CRD Transportation Committee on education programs as well, and Sean attends those meetings and the staff. So yes, any education programs we fully support to get people to follow the rules of the road.
Okay, so I'll pause now and I'll come back a little later, maybe.
Councillor Lajeunesse.
Yeah, first, thanks for showing up tonight, and I'm glad to hear that you're working collaboratively with our staff, because we need to work together to accomplish what we need to do. And I have a really quick, easy and cheap thing that you could do. On the new 4-lane section, oftentimes when there is an MVI, the road will be closed in either direction for hours and hours and hours. And if we could have some breaks in the barrier so that people have the option to turn around and either go back home or go to Langford and have dinner, that would be useful.
Yeah. Actually, that's a great suggestion. Something we've done other places on the island. We've created breaks or even the ability to break the barrier. So that's certainly something we can look at.
Won't cost much.
Thank you for that.
Councillor St. Pierre.
I think the first thing I'd like to do is, well, thank you for smiling all this time in the hot seat. That's good. I appreciate that. That's
No
nice.
problem.
And now I'm going to follow up actions on, I guess, the tack that I think Councillor McMath was on, which is really how creative can you be in terms of your mandate? My sense is that the Ministry of Transportation, at this point at least, is still very much focused on the highways, anything pertaining to highways, anything close to highways, anything relating to highways. Is there any possibility that your mandate could be expanded to moving people and goods and services, which is just a weird thing? But because I think what Councilor McMath was really looking at was where are the resources we need to actually have better transportation, especially when we don't actually have those resources ourselves, and maybe the school district doesn't necessarily have it. Is there any talk about any of that happening? So that'll be my first little question.
So it is kind of the mandate to move goods, services, and people. That is the mandate. And I don't get to control the mandate. I just work for the government. But, but it is a reflection of the work that was done in SIDS, in that we are not just focused on just the highway. So we are looking at those other modes. It is really about mode shift and safety. And so I know there's other programs within the ministry, within our transit branch and our active transportation branch, as well as our integrated planning branch, who are looking at those other sort of things. And a lot of them are in development right now. And so if you wish to get more information on those, I can collect that for you. It's outside of what I personally work on, but those are my colleagues within the Ministry of Transportation who are thinking about those things just outside of just the road right away.
Perfect. So what I've just heard is that actually we don't need a change in mandate because the mandate's already there.
That's right.
The money might not always be where we want it to be, but the mandate is there.
Correct.
And that's a good thing. Okay, so following that, back to the Galloping Goose. We actually have a really good transportation corridor. It's well utilized up to a point. But then as we pretty much recognize, it breaks down as we try and get into Sooke. And quite frankly, beyond. I mean, this could be a corridor that would extend, potentially all the way to Port Renfrew, but not a local government thing, more of a regional concern or provincial concern. You've mentioned that there might be a possibility in that direction. What would it take to actually push that further into consideration?
It would be really helpful just to know that that's like investment in that, particularly that crossing on the Goose at Highway 14. And there's also the crossing in Langford at Happy Valley. Both of those crossings, I think, could use a review. And so hearing that directly from council, be that through letter or through staff, I think that would be really helpful to know that that's a priority for you.
Perfect. That's excellent to know.
Yeah.
Finally, well, not finally, there's lots more, but I'm going to try and match my peers here.
Sure.
Finally, public transit. Is the Ministry of Transportation involved significantly in public transit? Because one of the things that I've noted with a brief interaction with BRTC, very professional, very good, but they're working with a very small amount of money, not necessarily a small amount of money, but they're working with insufficient funds. And their model is basically to increase service where service already exists, which means the rural areas basically get hosed. That's all there is to it. And it's sensible because it means you could move more people more efficiently with less money. That makes sense. I'm not completely stupid. But unfortunately, it leaves us with very poor service. And we need better service in order to actually get people to Highway 14 from peripheral areas so they can actually get on those buses and get off Route 14. If you see the whole connection thing.
Yeah.
But we need more money in the system in order for that to happen. Is that something that the Ministry of Transportation is responsible for and capable of getting involved with?
So within the Ministry of Transportation, we have a transit branch who's responsible directly for working with BC Transit on that funding and servicing side of things. Our side of things, my side of things, is more on the infrastructure side. So advocating and building things like the park and ride at the Connie de Gillespie or Connie de Glintz project. Looking at other potential park and rides, expanding the one at Sooke River Road. Anything where we can do to build the infrastructure that supports the service is more our focus. And that doesn't just apply to the highway, that applies also to any of the side road networks that we have within our jurisdiction. So our responsibility specifically is building the infrastructure that supports the transit service, but not the transit service itself.
Okay. The reason I mentioned this, well, there's lots of reasons, but one of the big ones is that we're responsible for reducing our emissions. 70% of our emissions are transportation. Most of that is commuting, but I was surprised to find out that half of it was commuting and half of it was internal, which means that an internal bus service would actually reduce our emissions, but also make better use of our road systems and so on and so forth, and actually get cars off the roads. In order to improve traffic on Highway 14, we either need more road or fewer cars. One of them is easier to achieve in the short term as a Band-Aid, and I'm looking for Band-Aids here.
Yes, and so getting rid of the cars that's hard to do. Sorry, fewer cars is that's something out of our control. But the ability to shape mode shift by making transit attractive, making active transportation attractive, and by doing that, it's making it safe, making it accessible, making the service there. That's where we can have influence and helping to get those easy wins. Some of those easy wins might just be improving a transit stop or moving a transit stop to the right location. So I'm not suggesting I have all the answers to that, but if there's easy wins, then we're certainly open to exploring those.
Councillor McMouth?
How are you notified of an MBI?
We're notified through various, like sometimes I'll just notice I'm on
When you're on
Facebook and
Facebook.
I'll notice,
Okay.
but it's usually the RCMP, the first responders will notify our maintenance contractor, MCON services. And MCON it's usually they get notified because they have to respond with flaggers or something like that to assist the first responders. But they usually notify me or one of my staff, and that's how we then notify Drive BC.
I'm just curious because that's part of my job and there's typically a pretty significant delay from when MCOM gets tagged in for traffic control. especially out here in Sooke, there's a delay for them to arrive here as well because they're coming from out of town. So I was just curious what the notification system was.
Oh, I can look into that. MCON does have a yard here, as you're probably aware, right off Idlemore. So it surprised me that they would take a while to get to an incident.
Yeah, I'd say on average, it's like 30 minutes, maybe 20, and that's even in low traffic time.
Yeah, usually they don't sit at the yard. They're usually out, filling potholes or doing some brushing or doing their just general maintenance. So depending on where they are, that might affect the response time.
Mhm. And then I have one big one and one little one. An alternative route into Sooke, because Sooke's challenge and from a risk management perspective, and the bridge is the perfect example. We had a truck crash and that severed the artery. So unlike other municipalities, there's one way in and one way out. I wouldn't count the Pacific Circle Marine route as an alternative. So where are you in terms of like your triaging of projects? Because I know you have a ton, an alternative route into Sooke.
So right now, I guess the latest study was in 2019, the Malahat Emergency Detour Planning Study. It identified a route that would go basically from Sooke to Shawnigan Lake. It's about 56 kilometers through private forest service road. That is a viable emergency detour if ever needed in that case. And in terms of another highway route, there's no immediate plans for a secondary route to replace Highway 14 or to supplement Highway 14.
Small one. Prestige Hotel, there's a boat launch there. We every year have the same parking challenges. One of them is that boats and trailers park on the highway. It's overgrown. And so there is sort of vehicles push right to that line. So we have pedestrians that have to go around and then come back in. So there's that safety issue there. Are you going to put some resources into clearing that space? Because the vehicles will park there regardless. So the clearing the space is not to encourage the parking, but rather just from a safety perspective for pedestrians.
So first I've heard of clearing the space. I know we've talked about this for many years about whether we put in no parking signs or what do we do. I know we've worked with the staff on design for sidewalks, which would eventually remove that parking. But if you're thinking just about clearing, I mean, it will encourage more parking. It will actually promote it probably.
They go there anyway.
They're going to be going there anyway. Totally. I agree. And so if that would be helpful within the right of way, we might be able to look at doing that.
That would be wonderful.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
But it requires more than a light pruning. Like you actually need to hack quite a ways back because the trimming that's been done, it didn't move. It wasn't enough to actually encourage vehicles to move further in. It was like light pruning. It needs a heavy cut there.
Right.
Yeah, just to make it wider. So then this
Well-
way, if the trucks park in the same spot, then at least the pedestrian and cycling could go between the truck and the hedge. But right now, people are forced onto the road.
We can certainly look at that. Absolutely. I'll connect with MCON to see if there's something they can do in the future. We'd also have to take a look at our right of way and the available space that we have to do that type of work. We did drive by tonight and we noticed that shoulder, it did look pretty wide, but maybe it could be wider. I'm not sure, but and if I was to guess, I would probably say it was 4 meters wide at least. So.
Yeah. And I know we've been talking about this issue for quite a long time. So I'm also mindful of doing some cleanup might be helpful if it's a large cut and we get into removing trees that are maybe sheltering other properties from the road right now. I don't know if we're opening up new cans of worms, but we certainly will look at it. I think we just have to we have to think about we are now encouraging more parking there, and if we're going to be doing that, how do we want to make sure that pedestrians know where they should be going, so we're not putting them in a precarious situation.
Well, that already is happening.
I know, but if we're going to
Yeah.
encourage it further, I just
And the section that I'm talking about, like it's filled anyway, so it's not more, it's just safer. And then I think all those commercial properties would fully support it. So if you're right of way, it stops short a bit of where you'd like to go, then I'm happy to help you liaise with those people as well.
Councillor Lajeunesse?
Yeah, another question. This has to do with maintenance, actually. Back in the old days when the ministry used to look after maintenance themselves, they used to run graders up and down the roads to pull the shoulders back in every year. And I haven't seen that happening for quite a while. It's particularly on West Coast Road. There's a lot of places where there's shoulders don't exist. And so it would be good to kind of bring that back, just run a grader and pull the gravel off that's been spit off out of the shoulders and pull it back in. It's another way to protect the asphalt that's there too.
Yeah, thank you. I've written that down. Since we have went to privatization, we operate on a contract that we have with MCON, and shoulder grading is something that's quantified. So they have to pick certain lineal meters that they do of shoulder grading each year. And the area that I look after is essentially Shemana South, including the Southern Gulf Islands. So it's a lot of road, as you can probably imagine. I don't know exactly off the top of my head how many lineal meters they do each year, but I could certainly make sure they take a look at West Coast Road and identify some key areas that it would be important to get that done.
Counselor Beddoes?
Yeah, since we're talking about West Coast roads from, say, Grant and Ella out to the border to Otter Point and beyond, of course. That road is so terribly narrow and dangerous. It just absolutely scares me. I travel it on a daily basis, and I quite often have to go into the gravel shoulder because a tandem dump truck is coming around the corner. And I followed one the other day, and he had 1 foot of clearance from the double solid line to the end of the pavement on each side of his truck, 1 foot on each side. So, I mean, God help him if he finds a bicycle there, but is there any plans to widen that section? And he did a ton of work way out by Shirley.
Yep.
But the most dangerous section is actually from Ella out to just out to Shirley area, but before that area. And you go way out there, but there's all this land in here that people can't ride their bikes on, and it's dangerous. Is there any plans to do any work in that section?
Yeah, I'm aware of the section you're talking about. Basically from Grant Road, yeah, like to say to Otter Point on the west side. And so we didn't choose it first because it's got some challenging areas just past Kemp Lake Road going up the hill there.
Yeah,
You'd be into a lot of rock cutting and
I'd be even interested from Kemp Lake Road this way, even if you improve that portion, because that's where a lot of the population lives on, even the Otter Point section, which uses Highway 14 as well. So anyways, I just want to flag it that I've seen it in my own eyes, and I've had, fortunately, I have a pickup truck, and my truck could take the going off in the gravel shoulders, but not everybody has that option. So
yeah, no, and I agree with you. I think it's a good section that we could maybe pick away at in terms of adding shoulders.
Okay.
Put
put it on your list.
Put it on the list. I wrote it down. Yeah, I think it's an easy one for the most part, at least up to Kemp Lake Road.
Okay, yeah.
Beyond that, it gets a little challenging.
No, I understand that because I've walked up that way too, and there's not even a safe place to walk on the shoulder because of the barriers there in the rock. But I'm looking for little steps to begin with, and if we can make it safer for our residents out that way, who often do that circle, I'd be happy to see something there. Thank you.
Thanks.
Counselor Bateman?
Okay, carrying on, back to some of these comments from the public. We have the question around more reflectors needed along the highway and monitoring of line painting and road reflectors. And I know there's been a vast amount of work on that front over the last decade. Tell us about your ongoing maintenance and expansion of that.
Yeah, so I don't remember when the ex-premier Horgan made his announcement, but we have been painting the fog line double wide, which is I think Highway 14 is probably the only highway on the island that receives that treatment. So we do our line paint on Highway 14 twice annually. So we are experimenting with different kinds of line paint as well. I do recognize the fact when it's dark and it's raining, can't see the lines very well. The provincial government, we had to actually move away from a lead-based paint for environmental reasons. So we are experimenting with different types of mediums, something that's going to give us both durability as well as reflectivity. But we do paint it with what we have twice a year. And we also shortly after the announcement, I want to say it was 2016, but it might have been 2017. We also put out some steel flex delineators. Those are those white pickets that you see on corners. And we also have surface mount delineators identified at some of the sections where the bedrock comes quite close to the highway. And we will mount those delineators there as well. If there are other sections, my personal opinion is after a few years, those steel flex delineators don't look the best. So if there are sections that we do monitor those are part of both my staff. They monitor our highways on a daily basis, but as our maintenance contractor does as well. If any of the counselors or anyone in this room does notice that there are sections that need to be worked on, just give me an email and I can have staff take a look.
Okay. Thank you. Here's one. Sooke River Bridge crossing is dangerous for cyclists and pedestrians. So structurally sound, but a little risky if you're on a bike, or I think it's okay if you're on foot, but on a bike.
Yeah, I read that in the comments as well, and I acknowledge it. The structure is what it is when it was constructed. It's got not only a sort of I'm not sure exactly what the width is, probably 1.5 to 1.8 meter wide shoulders on both sides, but it's also got quite a high lip. And so there's I don't know what the solution to that is exactly, but we recognize that there's a problem there. I also recognize within the transportation master plan, there's been ideas around a separated active transportation bridge structure. So I don't have an answer for you on that one. I recognize the problem and we'll have a look at it, but there's no easy answer to that one.
Right. Okay. Exciting to know that from Phillips right out to Witham Spit, we're going to see a continuous sidewalk connecting with the existing sections in the town center. That will be a divided sidewalk, I take it.
Correct. Yeah.
Yes, with necessary bike lane as well. Potentially.
Correct. I'm trying to remember the design. I'm looking at Jeff, maybe large shoulder.
Large shoulder.
Thanks, Jeff.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think that as wide as that shoulder is east of the Prestige Hotel there, it still needs to be a bit wider. These boat trailers are from August to Thanksgiving. They're there and they're taking up a lot of space. And I think as Councillor Beddoes was saying, you need to expand that shoulder because there's a bit of a drop off immediately on the other side. I just mentioned crosswalks. You have mentioned crosswalks, and one of our correspondents here would like to see flashing lights on all Highway 14 crosswalks. So that's the school zones, but also at McGregor Park, the 3 in the town center. Yeah.
Yep. I heard that and acknowledge it. Also, you may have, I know we've got a lot of feedback on the crosswalks we installed in the last few years that have an overhead sign that's internally lit and lights up the crosswalk. I recognize that everyone's looking for the more attention grabbing flashers on both sides. So we'll take that one back, but the ones that we've been installing have been following our pedestrian crossing manual.
Right.
And so they're meant to be equivalent, although I recognize more people today, given even the prominence of the flashing crosswalks pretty much everywhere. It's kind of a technology that everyone's looking for. So.
Okay. And just, you've mentioned Woodlands was cited as a potential spot for a crosswalk, and also Dover Street near Cicinos, near Sooke Elementary. And finally, I'll just cite what became of the Welcome to Sooke sign at Connie Road.
I don't know.
Can we have it back, or?
I don't know. Would you like it back?
I don't know. We need to indicate where Sooke is on the map.
Yeah, that would be great.
The furthest extremes of it before you reach the real Sooke. Sorry, did I say that? Have that.
But we have no issue issuing a permit
Yeah.
to put a sign back up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So through you, Mayor, to staff, there's also a few points raised that are district related. And there's question around evacuation of Sooke residents during a disaster. And maybe I'll throw that over to the chief. Potentially, we had three comments vis-a-vis emergency evacuation planning and Highway 14. And any thoughts you'd like to share on that?
Nothing rehearsed at this stage, but I think it's a fair comment. And obviously these gentlemen have alluded to the fact that it's a bigger conversation. Yeah, we have one way in, one way out. It's not a perfect scenario by any stretch, but I think it's something we need to look at. I mean, I've been asked that question quite a bit since I've came here. I don't have an answer for you because it really boils down to money and a lot of planning. Having said that, I think what we need to do is, you know, when I think about these things, we focus our mind on what we can do to be prepared ourselves with the hope that we don't have that worst case scenario. So it always goes back to personal preparedness to start off. I know that's not the answer you're looking for, but at the end of the day, that's all I can offer you right now.
Another question that applies to the district. There are calls, given the growing volume on 14, for a full and immediate stop to residential growth. That's quote unquote. So I have thoughts on that, but I wonder if I'm not sure who should answer that.
Well, I think it's reasonable that given that the province has now overreached local government by mandating a certain amount of development, what triggers more investment in this highway? Is it ongoing advocacy? Like, we'll likely be meeting as a council in the coming months just to formulate strategic planning and priorities, and would follow up with a letter in terms of here are some things, or even following the outcome of this meeting that we're highlighting, so that there's something in writing, something to take to the minister responsible. It's ongoing advocacy, of which I've done since I've been in this chair. But now that even if, let's say, council says, okay, we're not approving anything, naturally there is going to be growth because of the 4 units allowable on one. So then is there a metric set at a certain point? Okay, now, you know, if that just happens, there's more and more vehicles on the road. If it's all residential, we're not seeing the commercial investment. We're not going to have the local employment grow here. It just could potentially be more folks looking to commute elsewhere. So is there a plan from the Ministry of Transportation to go with the Minister of Housing? The two should go together. If you're going to, you know, increase residential units, you need to increase the infrastructure to support that at the same time. So maybe you could share what that visioning plan is, since the housing minister has released all of their targets.
I can't speak to that directly, but I can speak to how basically development works. I mean, understanding that, as I've said, we're going to have to continue to invest in the highway, and that's really looking at both your transportation master plan, where the needs are. When we see BC housing developments and other developments come on, we have to continue to look at the specific intersections and specific improvements. And then through the South Island Transportation Strategy, it's really, again, focusing on how do we get people into transit or other modes, so they're not solely relying on vehicles. And so from a staff perspective, it's really looking at what are the needs and then trying to fit that with the development. But I beyond that, I can't say anymore. Thanks.
That's good. Okay, Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I'd just like a little bit of a clarification. We talked about the sidewalks going down from McGregor Park to Whiff and Spit Road, which of course goes right where everybody's parking. If we put a sidewalk down there, would that not eliminate all the parking, all the fissures? It would eliminate it, right?
It will.
So, and that's on the horizon to do that, is that?
It's tied to the replacement of utilities and other projects. I understand, but you're right. It is when we're able to go based on funding, it's imminent, and so it does, to your point, raise the question of where does that parking now go?
Well, that's exactly where I'm heading here, because that puts a lot of emphasis on us in the district to find some alternatives, because we're also looking for economic drivers in this community. And it's already bad enough for people parking. I mean, you know what it's like down there. And it's gonna make it worse. Those people from other areas are not gonna come down there to fish and put their boats in, which affects the whole community. So I just wanted, I know that's not your problem, but the clarification, because it wasn't clear when Councilor McMath brought it up that that would all be eliminated when if a sidewalk goes down there, there'd be no parking there for the boat. Okay,
Yeah.
I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. It's why the conversation has gone on so long. It would be easy for us to throw up no parking signs and in the interest of pedestrians, but it does have the same effect as the sidewalk of eliminating that parking. So where does it go?
Okay. Perhaps just, I know that there's members of the public here that may want to ask a question or give a comment, so I'd like to provide that opportunity. But you mentioned this alternative route that potentially could be used for an emergency. What would trigger that? And then what is the plan if the bridge is compromised again? I mean, last time I think it was out for 8 or 9 hours. There was an opening where the school kids were able to cross, and then it was just waiting for all of that to clear. So what would the plan be if the bridge is fully out? And then what factors trigger that emergency route to be activated?
Right. So the one I alluded to earlier between Sooke and Shawnigan Lake is not one that's been used before. No, it's been identified, but not used before. Our primary alternative route, which I know everyone hates, is the Pacific Marine Circle route. It's the same one we use for the Malahat. And we have a protocol around that, which would the same apply to Highway 14. So it's always that debate of if it's going to be a short closure, there's no sense in sending everyone the long way around if it's shorter to wait for the accident to clear. So we have to make that judgment call based on the situation. As I said, we've never used that other one before. So I don't exactly know what that would look like, but it's probably worth exploring that in terms of emergency planning. And because in the event of something where the bridge was compromised, say by earthquake or something else, and I would expect that parts of West Coast Road would also have trouble, as we know. And so it's worth having those alternatives sort of identified.
Okay, thank you. I think it'll just depend on the time of year, the time of the day, because driving that circle road at night, I personally would not want to do that. It's pleasant on a scenic drive basis to visit Cowichan and Port Renfrew, but not in adverse weather. And then would the notification to do that be on Drive BC then? So that would be that's where folks would go. Okay, the bridge is compromised. It's out for days now. You must use the Pacific Marine Circle route. So that would be the source where that would be pushed out.
Correct. Yeah, we use Drive BC as our main source of information from the ministry during
Okay,
emergency. We also work with our partners, obviously, and partner ministries at the MCR and the other ones as well as necessary. But
and then the circle route, as you say, is also the alternative to the Malahat then in
correct,
a significant
primary one.
events.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
We
Okay,
would also have message boards and all that kind of stuff that's out. There'd be traffic control people, probably with maps and stuff to help people figure out the route as well. So there'd be those extra little details that would throw in there as well. It would just be we assumed people are gonna look at Drive BC.
well, I think it's just if there was a seismic activity that the main bridge was out, it's reasonable to see that a lot of internet connectivity is also, we have 12 bridges in Sooke.
Mhm.
That may be compromised at the same time. So I think it's a larger conversation that an event, it's going to depend on what it is and where it is.
Exactly, yeah, and yeah, we got well, I wouldn't call it good experience, but we got a lot of experience last summer with dealing with Highway 4. And we had to use a forest service road to detour around Highway 4. And to Sean's point, we didn't just rely on Drive BC. I mean, that's the main source of information, but we had 4 stations that had people at them 24/7, as well as signing throughout. So we do everything we can to get the information out there so people don't get lost. But you're right. It depends on the situation. It depends on the time of year. It depends on many factors. And yeah.
Councillor McMath?
Alternative route. they're logging roads, correct?
Correct, yeah,
So technically, there is an access.
correct.
Okay, so in the event where both arteries get cut off on both sides, because inevitably when the Pacific Circle Marine, there's another accident out there. But if there's like a significant windstorm, like I'm thinking right now, BC Ambulance usually has 2 crews out here, and as soon there's 2 medicals, they're gone.
Hmm.
And so the challenge is if that significant event occurs within that time, it's getting those resources back in here, because we don't have a hospital, we don't have an emergency clinic. So then are you able to open that up for an extreme event like that?
So short answer is yes, but the long answer is we would have to work with Mosaic, the owners, and I'm sure there's other owners out there as well.
Mhm.
We'd also want to drive the route first
Mhm.
to know that it's actually safe. And so we would want to do a whole bunch of checking. So, and I say that only because there's time involved in that.
Mhm.
It's not like both routes are out and we immediately open. It would be quite a bit of time before we know that the route is safe, the route is not compromised itself, and that we can open it safely. So yes, but it would take a bit of coordination.
So could we orchestrate an exercise to that effect?
Would be happy to participate. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, is there anything else from members of council at this time? Okay, so perhaps what I'll do is thank you, both of you, for coming today and for participating in this, is perhaps if you could return to your seats. We only have the one microphone here, so it may be best to invite members of the public, and then we could get a group of comments and then invite you to come back after that, depending on what sort of volume of participation we have. Because we have other items on the agenda that other residents are here for. But certainly want to allow, rather than the time for you to come back and sit down, I think it'll make sense just to have members of the public come in groups, and then we can go from there. Well, that's a suggestion. If one of you would like to sit by Councillor Beddoes, I'll invite you to. But we'll still sort of just see, just in the essence of time, is see if there's some groupings, and then you could respond to them. Usually we sort of hear from the public and then respond kind of in blocks. So not to put any member of the public, but I see a hand. Come on forward, please. If you could please turn on the microphone and just introduce yourself with your name, please. We don't require your address.
Okay, Ron Dumont. I have a question of both the council and the ministry. We took money, DCCs, putting a right turn lane on Church Road. Is that on your agenda, and is it on your agenda? We're doing a development of possibly on the south side of the road. It's the time to do that type of thing, because it can be realigned without going over the power poles and whatever.
So you're talking about like the highway itself, like coming from, say, the bridge into Sooke. Is there plans to improve the right turn lane onto Church there?
We took DCCs
Yes.
from everybody on Church Road and all the development up there to do that, and it does hold up the traffic coming from town.
Okay, maybe I'll ask our staff if there's an answer to that, in terms of, there were some frontage improvements that are all part of that on the south side.
Yeah, through your worship to council, I can't comment on the exact details of the frontage improvement plans. It would be probably in the referral process if they're talking about the development Bayshore on the south side of the highway. But yeah, nothing's finalized at this point. I'm not sure exactly what specific DCC project gentleman's talking about.
Do you have any comments, Mr. Pearson?
No, nothing to add. We would be working with your staff, so nothing else to add.
The second thing is an outlet from Western Foods onto Wadham's Way would stop the necessity to have to go through the existing traffic circle at busy times. We own the property now, other than the access on the actual Western Foods there. But that would take people away from the traffic circle and get them out into Otter Point or Grant Road or wherever else.
Yeah, so all of the planning work for the district-owned land is currently in
I didn't
progress. at the
see it
moment.
on there
No,
at all.
because it's
And
still in
didn't
progress.
also see that everybody's trying to make a left turn off Anne Marie at busy times, and they shouldn't be doing that. They should be going up to the traffic circle and turning. So maybe it's a necessity to put a no left turn lane at the end of Anne Marie. We're looking for things for the district and the ministry to improve that half an hour drive from Cecina School to my home. It's 4 miles. I don't know what's going on. We talk about all kinds of things, but we don't talk about how we're going to improve the existing traffic and something for them to look forward to. What is the existing plan in the next 5 years? Because it's going to be 50 times worse with all the development. And we haven't discussed at all what's going to happen when all those people go in the new buildings that we just built. I don't know where that traffic's going to go or how it's going to get off Highway 14. Thank you very much.
Well, for that, I'll just comment that my understanding is those folks would drive up to Gollage to Charters, and then Charters would be a light. So they wouldn't need to turn left out of Drennan. They could go to a controlled intersection at Charters and turn left out of that. Other speakers?
William Wallace from downtown Sooke. I think we're all probably a little disappointed that there isn't a miraculous suggestion from the Ministry of Transportation to solve our problems. But we're going to have these problems for a long time, it seems like. And as Jeff Bateman said, we have 27,000 people coming our way. Right now, we have 500 new homes that are coming into downtown Sooke. So we really have to be a little creative, I think, in our approaches here. And the one that I haven't seen being creative is our mass transit. We really need to start looking, and we have to hold some feet to the fire here in getting our buses and our service going into Victoria and coming back from Victoria affordable, first of all, for the people who desperately need it, and convenient. So, as I said, there's some suggestions right there. I think you say the traffic goes from 6 o'clock till 9 o'clock and from 3 o'clock till 6 o'clock. Why don't we offer some free bus services and get those people out of their cars and into the buses and transported efficiently? I don't see that 4-lane highways are going to be the answer. The Capital Regional District has said building more roads isn't a solution to our greenhouse gas problems, as well as our moving people around. So I have a few suggestions there. And hopefully the biggest one is our council. We really start to have to seriously think about the Phillips through connector. And I think some people have to own up to, we're gonna have to borrow money and get it done. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace.
Oh, I'll leave it.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, staff and citizens. Dave Saunders, 1683 Whiffenspit. So long time Sooke participant. Lived on Sooke Road for a long time in my youth and pulled people off the highway in their accidents too many times on a bad corner in Metchosin. So this highway traffic issue has been an issue for a long time. We've all known about it. So is highways. So for me, the squeaky wheel gets traffic flowing, deals with safety issues. Right now, I've listened to a bunch of silos. You're trying to do your best, mayor and council. Highways are trying to do their best, staff are trying to do their best, but you're operating in silos, in my opinion. Just a suggestion that immediately there should be a setup of a mayor's task force, working group made up of mayor and staff, attendance of the ministry, BC Transit, the school district, the Sooke Developers Association and the Sooke Nation. Quarterly updates need to go to the District of Machosen because they're an integral part. I have 2 properties right there that are confined. You won't get traffic flowing unless there's right-of-ways taken. That needs negotiation. Those quarterly updates need to go to the province and the federal government. You need to look at every option to improve safety and traffic with urgency and deliverables from this specific meeting. I've heard a whole bunch of issues raised, good issues raised by mayor and council, by the citizens, by the previous comments coming from the public. But there needs to be, as you had said, Mayor, there needs to be a metrics with deliverables. So you need to prioritize what's been said here tonight, what's been said in the boards, and make sure that those are delivered upon within a time frame, that the most urgent matters are specific to what's been raised. In my position formally, I did create a mayor's task force when Colwood was dealing with some pretty heavy duty issues. It worked. The squeaky wheel does get the grease. Traffic circles and traffic lights, they need to be coordinated better in my opinion, because they're not working in synchronization. And that's, I see a former mayor back here that championed for the traffic circles. It worked wonders for a long time. However, traffic congestion has now increased to the point where it's not working as good as it would. So thank you very much, staff, mayor and council. Thanks.
Thank you for that suggestion, Mr. Saunders. It's a great idea. Other residents this evening? And as always, you know, feel free to write to us at council@sooke.ca or info@sooke.ca. Just whenever you're ready, just please come and approach the microphone.
Thank you, Ellen Lords. There's a couple of things, and I like what Dave said about let's get together and hash this out. I live on Sooke Road, and I've seen, it took me 10 times as long to get to Sooke. I live 3 miles out of Sooke. It used to take us 5 minutes. It took me 15 minutes to get in. Ridiculous. And I see so much in front of our place, accidents, etc. And when there is an accident, or if there's an emergency vehicle has to go through and you've got traffic on both sides, there's no place for even an emergency vehicle to get through. It's dangerous. This is a dangerous situation. We talked about it in our last OCP. We talked a little bit about it in the recent one, but putting in an electric train on the rail. The infrastructure is there, and the bridges that were built to carry light duty trucks when they're put in, and they spent extra money on that. So if we don't put the rail on right now, we can put rubber on there too, but that can also pull another vehicle. But this has to be immediate. Something has to be done now. We're in a situation that's pretty serious. And also when there's an accident, there has to be access besides going up Parklands and things like that, which people have done, turn around there. I don't know if you've ever gone there, but oh boy, when there's a dump truck coming one way and a car the other way, there is no room. There is no room. It's dangerous. And that road has not been improved. So this isn't just people sitting in traffic for way too long. They have children waiting at home or situations. It's not it's not how it should be. We don't, I did talk to somebody the other day and he says, well, you should see what it's like in India, but we're not India. We don't have that big a population, but we have one road, and that has to be fixed, an immediate fix. Another thing we talked about was putting a middle lane down from where we spent way too much money for nothing, and into Sooke, so that when people are driving into Sooke and they're turning left, they hold up traffic. And the bus is on this side, there's no place for anybody to go. So that if there's a middle lane, at least somebody can turn into the middle lane and the traffic can flow either way. Or that lane can also be like in Vancouver, in the morning it runs 2 lanes running in, at night 2 lanes running back. But there's some things we can do immediately that we have to be looking at. And, all the discussions we've had in that, and nothing's ever gone forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lures. I did see a couple other hands. Was there a gentleman in the front row that wanted to speak? Sorry, can you turn on the microphone so we can all hear you?
I don't wonder anymore. Now I know you can hear me.
We just require your name, sir.
My name is Jonathan Francoeur. Francoeur. I wonder about a map with the proposition that is easy to look at, so we could like zoom in on the map, and how to find that in the public information package.
Sorry, sir, if you direct your comment to me, but the map, was that the one that was in the presentation that showed that Mr. Pearson had in his presentation? Was it that map in particular or a different map?
In the public information package, there's several different maps. And I was hoping to find one that would show all of the proposed changes in detail. For example, like the road is going to be widened.
So like that was in our staff's presentation, or was it in Mr. Pearson's presentation? Because there was mapping in both of those. But I'm certain we could find a way to highlight that and send it out through communications. I'm getting the nod over there, and then if it's on in a digital form, you'll be able to zoom into it better.
Okay, so I should direct my question to you.
Yes, I'm the chair, so they have to come to me.
Okay. How long do I have to ask a question for?
Well, not all night, but like we'd like to allow other members of the public the opportunity as well. But in terms of the mapping, we got that, so we can work on that as a follow-up to the public.
Okay,
but
I
if
guess
there was,
I didn't see the maps properly, and because I heard some other people asking questions that I assume would have been answered if they had seen the maps properly. Then in order to be able to look at the maps properly, you're going to send something so that I can have a better look. And in the map that you'll send, it will show all of the proposed changes.
I'll ask our staff to clarify here.
Through your worship, we can, anything associated with the implementation on local roads is posted at letstalk.sooke.ca/TMP. I'll also be sure to link it directly from the homepage at sooke.ca, so it's a bit easier to remember. And then that would be live by the end of the week.
And is there a map that is detailed enough that I could zoom in and see what the changes will look like? For example, specifically how wide something will be widened, or if a crosswalk goes in.
I don't know how much,
some of those details are still under design, but as they're available, there are some conceptual maps and details, but some of that specificity might not be available. But they're under design right now. So maybe I can follow up offline with this gentleman to get more specific information to help him out.
That means talk about it offline.
well, that means like our staff member can sort of point you to the right direction or help you find the pieces on the website that you're looking for. Like some of the specifications are just really big, so we give a general overview on what the future road would look like. But if that's not meeting what you're looking for, then our staff would be able to follow up with you and get back with a bit more of the specific information on what exactly you're looking for in the area.
It sounds like currently there doesn't exist a plan that is detailed, that is possible to zoom in on the different parts of the map and see
Well, the,
exactly what's proposed.
the transportation master plan that we have shows this is the road scheme that we're looking for. So if it's a collector road or this type of road, it'll show kind of a concept
Yeah,
of what that road would look like, and it'll provide that detail. But as you go through and see where we're doing pieces, there are roads that are under development. We may not have them specific on that connection.
sounds like, is there one map that shows all of those pieces put together? Or is it more a situation where there are like discussions about what's going to happen? And then on the main map, there's an illustration of those areas of discussion. For example,
Through your worship, correct. So there's master maps, and then there's conceptual drawings based on the roads. But as individual developments come forward, those are often looked at on a case-by-case basis. But there is an overarching plan that's identified in our transportation master plan. So I'm certainly happy to show you that. And that's also available on our website. Like I said, by the end of the week, it'll be featured from our homepage at sooke.ca.
okay, so right now it doesn't exist and later it will.
It's certainly there. I think what our staff is saying is they're gonna put a follow-up so it's easier to find. And
Okay.
then maybe that'll provide a bit more of what you're looking for.
Then I'll look at their follow-up and it'll be easier for me to find what I'm looking for.
Hopefully, if not, our staff can follow up with you and get a bit more clarity if there was a certain area in particular.
Thanks for explaining that. I'll communicate more with your staff.
Okay, thank you very much. Do I have other speakers this evening? Other residents here about the highway? Can I just see if there's any first timers, Miss Lurs? I don't think so. So please come on up.
I forgot what I was going to say, something else. We have a memorandum of understanding with the Ministry of Transportation for a Grant Road connector, and that wasn't discussed at all tonight. So where does that stand at this point? At 2018, I believe, was the last signature. 2013? Okay.
So the memorandum of understanding still exists. The adjustment in 2013 was for a small section of it. We just kind of changed a bit of the alignment of it. But in 2011, the original MOU was signed with the idea of the Grant Group connector being part of a secondary highway or a couplet.
Right.
And since then, a lot has changed. There's been a lot of decisions made and directions. And so I don't want to speak too much on that, but basically the memorandum still exists. We still support that. But since then, things have changed a lot in terms of the local planning. I don't know if Jeff, you want to speak more to that, but
The alignment's been broken because of development. Is that
it's
what
not
you're
been
saying?
broken. No, it's been modified. It's still there. The alignment exists.
It's still there.
Correct.
So we still have a memorandum of understanding too. And also, because we need another crossing, that's what we've been talked about before. And Highways does own the property to the water side, to the harbor side of the bridge. That's still Highways property.
I'm not sure off
Yeah.
the top of my head.
Well, you want to check on it, it is. And so that was there to put another bridge, to twin the bridge. So that property is still owned by the Ministry of Transportation. You might want to check that out. And if the bridge isn't going to be twinned, if you wanted to use another bridge, it would, another crossing, that might be a property to sell, to purchase another property to do another crossing. But yeah, you want to check into that. I know it was there in 2010. I know it was there in 2014, 2015. I remember somebody was wanting to buy it off of Highways. I hope they didn't, because I said it better not happen. But anyway, that's owned by Highways. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lurs. Welcome back.
Thanks for reminding me. I'm concerned about the kids because the project that was done for the highway where I live, after the bridge was, or a culvert was put over top of the stream there, the beach was left with pieces of metal that are sharp and like a really dangerous environment for children to be able to go. And when I go to the museum, I can see how there's a beautiful picture there of people playing bone games on the beach, families and kids being on the beach. It's a beautiful place. And it's a place where the people have lived here for thousands of years. And I'm scared that the Department of Transportation is going to do something that's going to make it worse for people who are living here now to be able to enjoy the beach and the water and the stream and the waters, the rains that are coming down right now. Those waters are feeding little baby fish. And those little baby fish, they need somewhere to live. They need somewhere to go so that they can grow. Okay.
Can you share a bit more specifically where that mess has been left, that debris is?
Yeah, Bella Vista.
Okay. We'll follow up on that.
The culvert used to be made out of wood that went under there, and the wood was held together with metal rings. And those metal rings, after they rusted, they were left. There's big chunks of concrete and stuff, and I cleaned up most of the metal and I left a few pieces there so that people could see.
So on Bella Vista Road itself, as it dips down?
Bella Vista Road goes over top of the stream.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for letting us know.
Hey, my name's Eric. I live on West Coast Road. I had a question.
Can we get your full name, sir? And just
Eric
direct,
Cadet.
okay, direct your comment to me, please. He's our
Okay,
guest,
it's-
so.
Yeah, sure. It's about the FSR trails, the trails you were talking about, if it's an emergency route instead of the couch and loop. I was wondering if you're talking about the Kapoor, Maine to Jordan West, Maine, or if you're talking about to Butler, Maine. That was my main question.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So not the Kapoor Main. No, that's too close. That's within the CRD watershed.
Okay.
So it's not that one. It's the one that's right off Young Lake Road. I can't remember the name of the Forest Service Road itself.
Yeah.
But
So
it
you
goes
don't
up-
know the Forest Service Road. You know like the area, but you don't know the name.
I don't know the name. I've taken the road. I've
Okay.
taken the route from basically Sooke Lake Road in Shawnigan, down through to Young Lake Road, just kind of on the west end of town.
Yeah, just because if it's an emergency, it's something that you should probably like. Most of those roads aren't really kept for people to be able to drive on, let alone if you have like an off-road rig. And if you're saying if the Cowie Loop is not available and the Sooke Road Bridge is down and that's the only emergency road, I would think that should be more upkeep on looking at that route, I guess, to make sure that like we could all get out in emergencies or the ambulances could get in an emergency. That was all.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll just add, I guess, no, it's a fair point. It is a private industrial road right now, so, it's not something that we would be looking at unless it was an emergency. The 2019 Malahide Emergency Detour Study did look at it in great detail, looking at the number of structures and the condition of the road. But point taken on,
Yeah.
and it's to what I spoke to earlier. If in the event that it was needed, there would be a lot of considerations that have to go into it before it gets used.
Yeah, I only bring it up because I go down like Jordan, Maine and Butler and Tugwell and all those mains a lot and they change daily. So, and if you're saying like that's an emergency route, I would imagine like there being more preparation rather than being like, oh, that's a route. And now we're gonna have to make it a week before somebody can use that route. That was what I was thinking. Other than like the guys who live here who are like, okay, I got the off-road rigs, I don't care.
Yeah, I got to experience a lot of that with Highway 4 last summer. But no, you're right. And generally, I think it's something we should go through a bit of an exercise on because as I say, it's not one we've used before. So if it really is going to be a viable route, I think we should pay a bit more attention to it. But yeah, I'll leave it there.
Sweet, thank you.
Thanks very much for that. Anything else from members of the public? I call for a last time as we'll move on in our agenda tonight. Is there any final speakers? This would be the only opportunity on tonight's agenda to speak about Highway 14. Okay, I think there's some takeaways though that council can. Oh. Do I have another speaker? Welcome back, Mr. Fredker.
Thanks. I wonder if there are possibilities of saying no to a development. What are the possibilities?
Well, I suppose it depends. As you may know, public hearings are no longer permitted with new provincial legislation, so council can always make determinations. However, we do have guiding documents that have growth determined in certain areas, so council does hold the decision to say no, but I think it would be wise to explain when we're in a housing crisis and the like, what our rationale is there.
Council has that ability.
We do,
Thanks
but
for
that's
explaining.
something that we can consider as different rezoning or other applications come forward to us.
Right. In order for council to do that, it would have to be understood how and why to do it. People, there's food that grows here in the ground, and because of the reservations, people have not been eating very much of the food that comes from the ground. Most people get their food from the grocery store, and that is under lock and key. So there's an apartheid that I was born into that I didn't learn about until I started meeting brown-skinned local Indigenous people, getting to spend time with them and become friends. And I feel really sad because since I moved to Sooke, I haven't been spending very much time with them. Like, it seems like the most racist place I've ever lived in my life. And I've been seeing the signs created by Department of Transportation that say no trespassing, so people can't go down to the beach legally, it seems like. And since I was a child, I spent a lot of time on the beach. I didn't go to school to study biology, ocean biology, because my mom said, well, you'll have to spend a lot of time inside if you do that. It was discouraging. The other day I was climbing in a tree and my mom said to me, oh, you like to play a lot. And I said, yeah, I do. And also work, because when I'm in the tree, what's the difference between working and playing? And I said, Mom, what could it be? How could it be so that everybody could have the opportunity to be able to spend time outside and climb in a tree and go to the beach and be able to see the fish that are on the beach? Because I see that people aren't doing that. And she said the most horrible thing to me that I won't repeat. And I think it's because of the way that she was raised. So a beautiful brown-skinned Indigenous person said to me once to focus on the positive. And I think that we can all do that by getting to know each other somehow, getting to meet each other and spend time with each other. And I think that the way that I'm talking now is like super intense and I'm not used to it. And I have to end it somehow. So I want to thank you for creating this opportunity and talk to you later.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so I believe that concludes any comments from members of the public at this time. So I'd like to thank Mr. Pearson and Mr. Haley, it is, for your time with us tonight. We'll be following up after the meeting, of course, and look forward to future meetings together on how we can make this highway safer and just to find sort of some short-term or medium-term objectives going forward where our goals align there. But I appreciate you taking the time with us tonight.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to everyone that came with you this evening, and as well the members of the public for your participation and for being here today. Council, I just suggest that we take a short health break before we resume the agenda. So just looking to synchronize times, it's 8:48. Perhaps if we could be back in 10 minutes at 8:58. According, or 8:59 to be exact. Okay, thank you. 9 o'clock, that's fine. For those viewing online, we're just going to recess briefly. Much. Council, I probably should have done this before the break, but anyway, we do need to resolve out of committee of the whole back into regular council. So I'll look for a motion then that council resolve into the regular meeting of council. That's moved by Councillor Beddoes. We don't require a seconder sitting as committee of the whole. So all those in favor, please. Any opposed, none opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. So this brings us to item 9, which is public and statutory hearings. 5.5, and our first one up here, I think our only one up, is 5.529 Croydon Place for a development variance permit. And this particular item will have its own public input dedicated to this item only. So on that, I'll turn it to staff, please.
Thank you. Yeah, so this agenda item is in regard to a development variance permit application submitted for 5529 Croydon Place, legally described as Lot A, Section 64, Sooke District Plan EPP 112140. Sorry, just one second. It's this over button, right? It'll blink.
Oh, wait.
There it is. Okay, great. Okay, so the subject property is approximately 0.6 hectares. It's located on the corner of Croydon Place and Laidlaw Road with approximately 42 meters of frontage along Croydon and 106 meters along Laidlaw. Located to the west of the property is Laidlaw Road, or across from Laidlaw Road is Iam Creek Regional Park Reserve. Laidlaw Road itself is undeveloped where it extends south of Croydon Place. To the south of the subject property is Sooke Basin or Cooper's Cove. And the property is zoned currently RU5, which is neighborhood rural residential and has a land use designation of gateway residential. So to consider application history here, in June 2022, the owners applied to rezone the subject property from RU4 to RU5 to accommodate a 2-lot subdivision. Rezoning conditions here secured a 5,000 contribution towards the district's housing reserve fund, as well as offsite trail improvements at the terminus of Croydon Place to the foreshore of Cooper's Cove, as outlined in the image here. The zoning amendment bylaw was adopted later in January 8th of 2023. In October 2022, the development variance permit application was submitted to relieve the owners from the construction of frontage improvements and dedication of land for public road right-of-way, as we're seeing here with this application. In September 2023, the owner applied to subdivide the property into 2 lots. However, the subdivision application is on hold until the decision has been made on this variance. Therefore, a PLA or a preliminary layout approval has not been issued yet. So summary of the DVP proposal here is the application is proposing to vary section 2.2A and 7.2B of the subdivision and development servicing bylaw, number 404, to be relieved from the following requirements. So proposed variance A is public road dedication along Croydon Place frontage. Proposed variance B is public road dedication along Laidlaw frontage. Proposed variance C is frontage improvements to Croydon Place to meet local urban suburban cross section. And the same for proposed variance D on the Laidlaw Road frontage. So Croydon Place and Laidlaw Road are considered local roads within the urban suburban area of the Transportation Master Plan and Subdivision and Development Standards Bylaw 404. Proposed variances C and D to frontage improvements applied to the local urban suburban cross section, which includes, as outlined here, 4.25 meter wide paved travel lanes, non-mountable curb and gutters, 2.75 meter wide boulevards or bioswales, 2.0 meter wide concrete sidewalks on one side of the street trees, and streetlights. Regarding proposed variance A, this application is proposing to vary section 7.2B of the SDS bylaw to be relieved from the dedication of land for public road right-of-way along Laidlaw Road. The subject property has approximately 42 meters, or sorry, this is Croydon, on Croydon. Sorry about that. The subject property has approximately 42 meters of frontage along Croydon Place. Approximately 3 meters would be required here to meet the 18-meter standard of the local urban suburban cross-section. Staff are not in support of this variance as dedication is necessary to contain the required frontage improvements and meet the cross-section of the SDS bylaw. If road dedication is not obtained along Croydon Place frontage, the local urban suburban cross-section could not be met. It's important to note. So regarding proposed variance B, so the application is requesting to vary section 7.2B of the SDS bylaw to be relieved from dedicating land for public road right away along the Laidlaw Road frontage. There is approximately 101 meters of frontage along Laidlaw Road that extends south from Croydon Place to the waterfront. In this case, approximately 4 meters would be required along the Laidlaw Road frontage to satisfy the road dedication improvements. Staff are not in supportive of the variance here as road dedication would allow for the objectives of the Parks and Trails Master Plan to be realized, as the plan identifies this portion of Laidlaw Road as a future public access to the waterfront. Extending the width of the public road right away would also provide a larger buffer between the subject property and the environmentally sensitive areas abutting and including the regional park to the west. Dedication would also result in additional space to plan for a nature trail to access the waterfront, allowing for environmentally sensitive areas to be further protected and left in a natural state. Regarding proposed variance C, this application is proposing to vary section 2.2 of the SDS bylaw to be relieved from frontage improvements along Croydon Place to meet the local urban suburban cross section. This would only be a consideration if road dedication is obtained, as the additional width, approximately 3 meters, is required to accommodate the cross section standard. Staff do not support this variance and recommend the owners improve the frontage to meet the minimum cross section standards. Should council consider approving proposed variance C, there would be a minimum stormwater and fire access standards to consider, which will be outlined here in the next slide. So should council resolve to authorize issuance of the DVP to vary section 2.2A of the Croydon Place frontage, staff recommend the following at minimum prior to subdivision approval. One would be a stormwater management plan to be provided prior to subdivision approval to ensure that drainage of on-site stormwater can be managed using the current off-site drainage facilities, and frontage meets the minimum requirements of the Sooke fire access standards to be confirmed to be a minimum 6 meters wide with surface materials rated for vehicle access. And then the final variance here, variance D, this application is proposing to vary section 2.2A of the SDS bylaw to be relieved from frontage improvements along Laidlaw Road to meet the local urban suburban cross section. This is the longer 101 meter in length frontage. Staff are in support of this variance. The reason is because the district has no intention of developing the road to meet the cross section standards or to develop that road itself. Access to the proposed lot is also provided by a shared driveway at the northeast section of the property through an easement or a future easement. Therefore, the road is not required to access the proposed new lot. Environmental impacts would also be mitigated here in the absence of constructing actual road frontage improvements. 15 notices were mailed to adjacent properties in accordance with the district's development permit application procedures bylaw. The district received 9 submissions from the public. Summary of the feedback at a high level. We have several letters stating the proposed variances do not support the Croydon Place community nor the OCP and therefore object to the variances A, B, and C with the exception of proposed variance D as per staff recommendation. There were some concerns noted related to the impacts of road construction on the adjacent regional park. Concern with the increase in traffic if the road was developed further. And also several submissions noting concerns with off-site parking spaces proposed at the end of Croydon Place. However, for clarification on the last comment, staff have not accepted any construction of parking spaces as a condition of this variance. So there appears to be some misinformation circulating outside of the district correspondence. That leaves us with our recommendation. Staff recommendation is to approve the issuance of a development variance permit to vary section 2.2A of the SDS bylaw 404 to relieve the owner from constructing road frontage improvements along Laidlaw Road to meet the urban suburban cross section or variance D. And that council deny proposed variances A, B, and C as further outlined in this report. This concludes my presentation, although we do have the applicant currently in attendance or the applicant's agent, Rachel Sampson, who'd like to present to council. I can answer questions now or wait till her presentation is finished.
Okay, I just have one question for clarity now, and then either yourself or the applicant can answer. Is that this is being done though to accommodate two buildings that currently exist, right? So that there's two, but no new building to come onto the property. Is it not subdivided so that there'll be one? The existing buildings would be on parcel 1 and 2?
It's currently one singular lot, so it would be subdivided. There's a small suite and a single family residence, so which would be separated, I guess, on each new lot, as my understanding is correct there. What happens following that is it's unknown. They could demolish, sell the property, reconstruct a dwelling. Who knows?
Okay, well, perhaps then since the applicant's here, we can get some clarity. Thank you very much.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for having us this evening. My name is Rachel Sansom, 1498 White Pine Terrace. I'm representing the owners tonight of 5529 Corden Place. I'd like to thank staff very much for all the time they've devoted to this project. We've been doing this for a year and a half, 2 years now, so looking forward to wrapping it up. I should note that we did get several letters in support of this variance. I believe that are also attached to your agendas. So as noted, I won't go through this in great detail because it's a bit of duplication, but again, we've recently rezoned to the RU5 to create one new lot subdivision. This is one of the larger properties in the neighborhood, so it's only one of the few that could have been subdivided. And you're correct, there are two different buildings on this property. The subdivision will allow each building to have its own lot. The Quonset Hut Suite was also granted occupancy permit as part of the subdivision process or the rezoning process. So again, we're seeking this variance for A, B, C, D. I won't repeat them now because I will go into them detail and explain why indeed we are asking for these variances this evening. So here's a picture of our proposed subdivision plan. You can see the blue is the approximate area of the road frontages that have been requested to be dedicated. This equates to about 8.5% of the whole site. It's still subdividable, but it is a significant area of the site that would be lost to road dedication. Just a quick overview, both properties are in-ground septic. They're outside of the sewer area, but we do have CRD water for fire protection and domestic use. There'll be an access easement because Laidlaw is not able to be built as a road for the reasons stated. So one lot will have an access easement over the other. Existing buildings are scheduled to remain for the short term. And again, the large blue area is our proposed road dedication area. So the first variance we requested for the 3 meters of dedication on Croydon, as you can see, there's no other properties that have dedicated road on Croydon and are unlikely to be able to do that due to the lack of development potential here in accordance with your OCP. The other thing that we wish to point out is that you need 3 meters to make up the 18-meter right-of-way. Traditionally, you would take sort of half from one side of the road and half from the other. So we were proposing that if you did require some kind of dedication here, that only 1.5 meters be taken. And there's also an opportunity to do this perhaps as a statutory right-of-way. And what that does is that the owner gets to maintain ownership of that land. But if Sooke needed it for any road use, they certainly could come and use it. But it would require that the owner could just use that property until the time Sooke did need it. And it would be registered on title in perpetuity. So whoever owned that parcel would know that there may be a day that Sooke would require part of their land for road improvements. The Laidlaw Road dedication, as noted, this is a very environmentally sensitive area. It's very unlikely that a road or even a trail would be built in this area due to the sensitivity. We are directly adjacent to AM Park, which does have a trail system in it. And so getting down to the ocean front here, you can see it's quite shallow and mucky here, so it's not a great place to come and wander around on the beach. And again, we do have AM Park right next door. In addition, they have agreed, as noted, to this trail dedication improvement at the end of Croydon. It's already there, that dedication. In fact, here's a picture of it here. And as part of the rezoning, staff requested that we do improvements to this to make better access to the beach for the public in this location possible. So they, in fact, they are providing public access to the ocean. It's just not directly adjacent to their property. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. There we go. So this was a requirement of the rezoning that this particular trail be improved. It's an existing right of way. There is a trail there now, but staff recommended that we improve the width of that trail and the surfacing as part of the rezoning. So that's already secured by covenant on title as a condition of the rezoning of the property that happened a few months ago. I did note that there were some letters concerned about this, and we should note that we're very happy to work with staff in the neighborhood if there are any issues around this to help out with that. So we are certainly willing to resolve any neighborhood issues that might be surrounding this requirement. So the third one is, of course, the actual improvements on Croydon Place. Certainly, it's a rural road, existing rural conditions. Again, there's a picture of a rural road condition on the upper left with an urban standard below. You can see how there's very unlikely to be further improvements down this small road. Certainly, I think Sooke's resources would probably be better spent in urban areas and in the core. So the owners are, though, respectfully offering $10,000 in lieu of the improvements here, so that staff could do these improvements when the time comes, or accept it as an amenity if that's possible to do improvements elsewhere in Sooke. So the owners are certainly willing to do their part. They don't want to kind of get out of having to do any of the work, but they'd really rather see the work done either with other works in the area or elsewhere in Sooke. Regarding the storm drainage, certainly the storm drainage can be disposed of on site for the potential uses of the subdivision property. And the road actually slopes towards their property. So no discharge from the property will impact the road. So that's kind of standard subdivision procedures. You make sure that you can manage all your stormwater on site. Oop, wrong button. And then certainly, thank you very much for the agreement that we don't need to do any work on the Laidlaw Road extension, again, due to the very sensitive environmental nature of that and the fact that there are ample trails and access to this beach in the park next door. And you can see here, this is from our biologist report, the riparian area that does go down exactly through that Laidlaw Road extension. So a very quick recap. So we're requesting a variance to reduce the Croydon Place road dedication from 3.0 meters to 0. Certainly, there'd be an option to request a statutory right-of-way for the future if needed, and a tree protection covenant. There's some very nice mature trees on the property line there that would become property of Sooke if they were to remain. If they're in a statutory right-of-way, they'd also be protected by a covenant. And again, the property would be there if Sooke needed it, but it wouldn't directly impact the users of the land right now. Option or variance number B was again to reduce the Laidlaw Road dedication from 3.9 meters to 0, because we don't really feel that there would ever be a trail created here. There's really no need for additional land. There's plenty of trails in AM Park next door, and building a trail and road in this sensitive area would be difficult. C, again, reducing the required frontage improvements on Croydon Place to nil, but we do want to offer $10,000 in either cash in lieu or an amenity to do road improvements elsewhere in Sooke as appropriate. And D, no variance there. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Actually, if you don't mind just waiting there, just I can see if there's questions from members of council to either yourself or to our staff to answer. So council, any questions of the applicants or to staff? So I'll go to Councillor Bateman, then Lajeunesse.
So you didn't mention the corner at Croydon and Laidlaw, which the fire department needs that rounded corner to 6 meters. Was that, where does that come into play here?
Through the chair, I understand that the fire department, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're looking for a widening of the road to the full 6 meters, which I believe is about 1.5 feet on either side of hard surfacing. So it could either be pavement or gravel surface in order to stage the fire truck, but that would only be directly in front of this lot as part of that frontage. So I don't believe there was any requirement to do anything around the corner. It was just the road widening directly in front, but please correct me if I'm wrong there.
That's correct. It was just along the frontage, as we can't require beyond the frontage.
5 meters there would suffice for that purpose.
If I may, through the chair, I understand that there's enough right away there to provide that when in that road right away as it is, perhaps with the additional 1.5 meters of stat right away to do that widening in this location. So it would be, again, about 1.5 feet on each side of the paved surface that's there today.
Do you have anything else? Councillor Lajeunesse?
I guess, so there's gonna be no additional dwelling units on the property. It's just cutting it in half to split it into the
Yeah.
2 existing dwellings.
Yeah, through the mayor, there's two homes there now, and the subdivision will cause 1 home to be on each lot. So they'll have their own legal description.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else from, okay, go ahead, Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, can you throw a picture up of the property, and could I have some rationale from staff as to, again, I'm sorry, it's a bit of a recap. There's just so much going on, a little confused. Why we're taking this dedication? I know it's stated in our bylaws, but what are we doing with it again? Just if you could explain it to me, I appreciate it. Have you got something that shows where, like the Croydon, for instance, you show a portion that we're going to take there, which has a whole bunch of trees on and stuff, but why are we doing that? Is that for future, or is that because of a fire truck turning there? I'm not quite clear.
Yeah, through the merits of development standards. So the STS bylaw triggers these types of improvements, and road dedication is part of its STS bylaw requirements at the time of subdivision. So there is a subdivision application in queue currently, and we're just trying to, I guess, take the opportunity essentially to develop property to the standard of council's bylaws. So at this time, this is what is recommended here. I think we understand and hear from the applicant as well about the considerations here on the Laidlaw Road frontage, that longer frontage piece next to Iam Creek Regional Park. And we're accepting of just dedication at that time to accommodate a public trail or a nature trail down to the corridor of the Sooke Basin there, as per the Parks and Trails master plan. And then also we're looking for full frontage dedication and improvements at the Croydon Road property frontage. So as per council's bylaw.
Okay, but again, the one on Laidlaw down the side of their property, we're not asking for that now, is that correct?
Yeah, we're asking for road dedication. So not road improvements. So we're accepting of the variance for road or frontage improvements.
Oh, okay.
But taking land, it's approximately 4 meters wide all the way down.
But we're not going to build a road there.
No, just a trail would be planned.
We were originally asking for more than 4 meters, is that correct?
I think to build out the road, as per the STS bylaw, the requirement would be something around 5.8 meters, I believe. The report states this, but we're willing to go down to 4, knowing that we wouldn't construct the road, but it would be just for trail purposes.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
So I think staff is asking for the dedication, but not to build out the road. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor St. Pierre.
I'm just curious, I understand that Laidlaw is not being built out because of environmental concerns and so on and so forth, and that makes sense. But it sounds to me like plans are to build out Croydon in the future. Is that correct? We're looking for improvements because all of Croydon would eventually want to be improved, or could you comment on that?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor St. Pierre, that's what's identified in the TMP. So it's identified as a corridor with a corridor standard. So that would be the intent, that not tomorrow, not 5 years, but over the next 20, 30 years, it could be developed and realized down in that area to the standards in the plan.
Councillor McMath.
Could you bring up the photo from the presenter? of that marshy area, please. Keep going, keep going, keep going, there. So for clarification, that is where the trail would be?
Yeah, I think in this case, it would be the terminus of the trail,
Be the what, sorry?
the terminus
Of the trail. So
I'm not exactly sure where that image was taken, but that's my assumption.
I just feel like we're back to this conflict that I know we're eventually going to address this, but this is where like the TMP sort of collides with common sense. So right next door, just across the creek, correct, is where those pre-existing trails exist, and that's a CRD managed park.
No, I think it's further at the end of Croydon is where, like, if you drive to the end of Croydon, that's where there's the right of way to the beach.
Another one.
If I may, through the chair, AM Park is directly to the west and it has a trail network through it. I don't know if I can still, oh, look at that. So if you look at the property to the left of 5529 on the slide, that is AM Creek Park, which is owned and managed by the CRD Parks. And they have a trail network that does go to the beach through there, as well as the Croydon Trail at the end of the road that we'll be developing. So there's two separate accesses available now.
So there's access to the basin, to the east and to the west of the property pre-existing. Because to me, it's counterintuitive. If you have this riparian area, you already have access to the waterfront. I'm not sure. Well, I know why, because we built a plan that tells you to do that. But this is one of those pieces where it doesn't make sense. Like it's similar to the other variance requests we've had previously, where you have an extremely rural, and this especially such a short section, where to have such a small piece, have such a large request financially for a small family, it just, I mean, that's not what the TMP was intended for. Anyway, that's why we're here now. So I'm curious, what does the CRD say when you've connected with them about this request?
The CRD, and I believe the correspondence may or may not be in your package, but they're very opposed to anything happening, either road dedication or development in this area due to the sensitive nature of the land.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just clarify that item is within here. Their referral response form is in here, so where they share the location of it. And there was one piece that stood up to me, that the CRD staff opinion that potential impacts to Dam Creek resulting from approval of this would be minimized if the district approves the applicant's requested variance to the subdivision and development standards bylaw. And this includes eliminating the requirement for the road dedication and leaving Laidlaw Road undeveloped. CRD Regional Parks does not support development of a parking area. There's no official connecting trails from this location, and access is available along Sooke Road. And I think further up, it states it goes into a bit more about the damage that could be done by making improvements in there. So we're here today. No, I agree with Councillor McMath in that our staff do have to follow prescribed bylaws and policies, and that they are unable to, and that's why referrals or requests for variance come to us to advance forward. And that we have a plan that outlines the global view on how we want our roads and the like to be. I struggle in seeing this being a future collector because I don't know where it would go to. There's a number of residents, and then it's a dead end road. I don't understand in one piece of correspondence about establishing parking down there, but I think that's where maybe our staff indicated that was not part of this. There is no plan anywhere to put additional parking later. I think it's through the rezoning. There would be a contribution to the trail at the end of Croydon, so that those within this neighborhood could then use that trail and access the water as they like to, or anyone on foot could do so if they travel. I'll just put my thoughts out there because we gotta go somewhere with this, that, I would agree with obtaining the right of way, with the 1.5, and have that in place so that down the road, if other, and the lands on the other side also this is here because it's the one in front of us, but over time, other lands may come online. I don't know when that would this is all on septic. There was, even with the wastewater, no plans to extend services this far. But what comes in the future 30 years from now, I don't know. So saying no to something now that could harm us in the future. So having a road dedication, so when the time comes to widen the road, we have that ability to do so. And we don't have to buy the land from the residents at that time. But in terms of improving this, and I get it, this comes up because if it's not done by a development at the time of development, we have to come and do that afterwards. But having the standard there when nothing else is happening on that, and it's not a place that there's no destination other than to go to that park. So you would walk on a sidewalk on, so that's where it's just things collide a little bit, to Councillor McMath's point. So, and then the AM Creek is a sensitive habitat. I don't see us wanting to encourage more use in that area than it already is. I mean, there's some parks that are needed for recreational purposes that are fine to do so. But those that have a natural or significant impact, the lesser humans, sometimes the better, in those particular areas. I did go down to this area. I didn't talk to anybody, but I was on the road for quite some time. It seems safe to walk on because there's no through traffic. I know in other areas there is through traffic in the event of a detour and the like. We've made some accommodations there. Whether or not that was the right thing to do, I guess we'll see over time. But this is not a road to detour on. Like, you wouldn't come off the highway onto this road unless you got lost, I suppose. But that, or maybe to access that section of the beach. In which case there's plenty of places to park and move around the traffic anyway. So I appreciate where staff is. We give you bylaws and we expect you to uphold them. So I understand fully the rationale that you have. But where I'm sitting right now, I would be in support of obtaining the road dedication for the future, but not doing any of the improvements at this time. So I'll just leave it at that and see where other councillors sit. Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, I'd support you on that 1.5 meter wide dedication. I think that will cover us down. It won't make any change to the resident there. He can keep his trees, but we have that property. If 20 years from now we need it, I don't have a problem with that. I also, I'm not quite there on the trail dedication. I know there's trails down there already, but I would like to think that if we took that trail dedication, I don't see it impacting the homeowners at all, because it's just dedicated. Whether we do it or not, I don't know. But it's there for the future. And one of the things that we have people complain about is not access to the ocean. I know it's pretty swampy down there. So I don't have a big problem with keeping that 4 meter dedication there. So I only see 2. What are the other ones?
The others are to construct the improvements. So if there was the road dedication, that
No,
they would do
it's
the
fine. Okay,
improvements.
understood.
Yeah.
And what was the 4th one then? I only see 3 now.
The 4th was the other, and because there's 2 roads, so 2 dedications
Oh,
and
okay.
2 sets of improvements.
Okay, I don't see any. Okay, understood. Okay, thanks.
And then staff supported the variance for 1 being laid law to the water, if not to do the improvements there. Councillor St. Pierre, then La Jeunesse.
Yeah, I think I find myself in agreement with Councillor Beddoes on the 4 meters along Laidlaw. I don't see how it really affects the property owners if nothing really happens there. I mean, I know that I've seen other properties where the property owners take care of the property, use it, it's there, but then if the district needs it for whatever reason, you don't have to buy it back. I also have a concern over the 1.5 meters along Croydon, simply because the lots on the other side of the road are actually quite a bit smaller. I don't know if you're going to take 1.5 meters additional very easily from those smaller lots. And if in the future we need to actually build out Croydon, which, as I understand, 20, 30 years, we're looking at building out Croydon, so we're going to have to. I don't know if we're going to be able to just easily take 1.5 meters from the other lots. And at that point, I don't know what we'll do, because we'll be properly, well, it'll be a lot harder to get the job done. As far as building out Croydon right away, if it's not happening right away, I don't see why it should happen right away. So, that's a different question. But I don't see a direct cost to the applicants on the land dedications. Having said that, this subdivision does create immediate dollar value for the applicants, which is good. And you get more lots and potentially the ability to have more properties as well, because you could do lots of stuff at that point. I think the one that really worries me is the Croydon thing.
Councillor Lajeunesse?
Yeah, just the width of the existing right of way on Laidlaw is what?
If I may see the mayor, I believe it's 15 meters and 18 meters is the bylaw standard. Is that correct?
And so the additional 4 meters of width is for a trail. What's wrong with putting a trail on the existing right of way? How wide a trail are we talking about?
Through your worship to Councillor Lajeunesse, so there's 15 meters on Laidlaw-ish ballpark. We don't have the survey. We're asking for the remaining dedication to get the full 18-meter width. There is no plan in place for road construction down there. There's no plan in place for trail construction down there. It's just if there is a plan in the future or you require that width, we have secured it at the time of development. With the dedication we're requesting on Laidlaw, it also matches the exact dedication that was given to the property of the north on it on 5526. So it lines those both up directly. The dedication, staff are fully requesting the dedication. They're varying to get out of the dedication. We don't require, we're supporting no frontage improvements down there. We don't want to see it built out right now, but having the dedication also provides a buffer for the park that's across the street, as well as the riparian area for anything that goes on in the lot. When it comes to Croydon Place, we're asking for a 3-meter dedication. In the 70s, and the survey plans will reflect it, there was over 3 meters taken from all the north properties on Croydon Place, which is their half of the portion. We're asking for the 3 meters on Croydon from the south properties would be their half. Like we said, we fully want or requesting dedication in alignment with the bylaws. We support the variance not to build out anything on Laidlaw. Croydon, where recommendations are following 404, but if council wishes to vary the construction at the time, it's always a good idea to take the dedication that's required.
Thanks.
Okay, Councillor McMath?
I appreciate looking into the future, but what doesn't make sense to me is to take land just to take land. If it's an extremely sensitive riparian area where there is access on both the east and west side already, and how far, is that trail access from the one being requested now?
The one at the end of Croydon?
The CRD park.
Across Laidlaw, it's the access is directly off Sooke Road, and the trail system goes through the park. So
right up to that creek there.
Yeah, I don't know if it crosses the creek, but it's pretty close. It's in the adjacent property.
So we're asking for this dedication to get access to the waterfront that has an access 200 meters away. It doesn't make sense, and I understand that staff is bound. But in addition to the trail work being done on the other side as well, to a piece that is not part of their property, to ask for such a large sacrifice of property, it doesn't make sense. And this again is not this large commercial development here. It's a dead end road with a riparian area. So at this point, I'm supportive of all the variance requests.
Okay, other questions or go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
So I'll just try to summarize for my own clarity here. So variance A, you are seeking a 1.5 meter versus the 3 meter. However, we've just heard that the north side did surrender a fair bit back in the day, so quid pro quo. Variance B, this staff want 4 meters of the frontage along Laidlaw to the basin. Now that is in the Parks and Trails master plan, right? And in this 2002 document that identified waterfront access spots in the future for Sooke. And yet here the CRD is recommending eliminate this requirement for this unfortunate expression, public road right of way. We're talking about a trail, effectively, at some point in the future. That's a tough one. I visited the property and I did see it's that. I don't know. Then frontage improvements on Croydon. I think we definitely have to ensure that this recommendation from staff is pave the frontage to meet the 6 meter requirement at Laidlaw and Croydon for Sooke Fire. And they were also seeking a stormwater management plan if we are to opt for option B. And yes, I think we all agree that no need for frontage improvements on Laidlaw, of course. That is a sensitive riparian area. So having said all that.
So just to clarify though, that for Laidlaw South, there is already a road dedication that exists. And that is the, we have 12.2 meters there already, and we're looking for more. But would not 12.2 suffice? Should a trail ever go there though? Like if our plan is to put in a trail, does it need to be as wide as the, why we ask? I don't understand why, if we're never going to build that out and no plan to, then would not the road dedication that we have suffice for a trail?
Yeah, it may. The added width may provide additional opportunities and potentially protect the existing sensitive environmental features that exist there.
I see. Okay. Well, I think it just depends on what improvements we would ever want to do there. And for what, if that's the end view, I mean, usually it's like whiff and spit. You want to draw people to and because that's a beautiful, I'm not saying this isn't a beautiful place to go. I'm sure that it is, but given what it leads to, I don't know that that's the destination you would draw people to, right? So I'm just a bit stuck on needing more for that we have 12 meters there as it is. Okay, well, I think we should move through these one by one here. So thank you for putting the proposal in front of us. Is there anything more that anyone wants to ask of the applicants? Because I'm going to look for, oh, I guess we have to have public input. So perhaps I'll ask you to take your seat, and then I'll see if any members of the public, after hearing, oh, sorry, Councillor Lajeunesse, you had another question.
Yes, so the Croydon place, I know this neighborhood well. To make frontage improvements in front of that one property is gonna look ridiculous. For 30 or 40 years. And I think so the other side has already given up part of their frontage. So the statutory right-of-way idea is the one that I'm sort of favoring for Croydon. If what about doing a 3 meter statutory right-of-way along Croydon's to allow for future expansion? But to me it seems we're not really adding anything. And the other thing is the stormwater management plan, you're not increasing the amount of stormwater, and so that doesn't make a lot of sense either to me.
Thank you. I'm just going to hear from the applicant, and then I'll go to Councillor Beddoes, please.
Sorry, I just had a couple of things handed to me that if I may, Madam Chair. We did note that the existing right of way would be wide enough to provide improvements if needed. It would be wide enough to provide road and sidewalk on the north side of the road. I believe there would only be sidewalk on one side, as well as parking lanes and 2 driving lanes. So it's quite possible in the existing right of way to fit in improvements without taking any more land.
So on Croydon.
On Croydon, yes.
Okay.
The other thing too is we would be willing to just to do statutory rights of way as opposed to road dedication. Again, it gives the owner control of the property until such time that it's needed by Sooke. So that could apply to both the Laidlaw and the Croydon frontages if needed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Beddoes, and then I'd like to open it up for public input.
Yeah, the going to Councillor Lajeunesse thing there, the public road dedication along Croydon to 3 meters. My understanding is that we would not be asking for anything to be done with it, just a road dedication. Or are we amending it? Because originally it was to do the improvements, but it seems to be the feeling is we're not interested in doing the improvements right now, but we still want the 3 meter road dedication for the future. Is that correct, or am I missing something?
Through your worship to Councillor Beddoes, our recommendation says give the dedication and do the improvements because it's in alignment with 404. But
Okay.
if council looks at these one at a time and it makes sense to not do the improvements right now, it could be an option going through them one at a time, requiring the dedication, but not requiring the improvements.
Okay, I wasn't sure just where that was embedded about the improvements, because I'm personally in favor of the 3 meters, but I'm not, I don't think doing the improvements now is the wise way to go. So this would be certainly the applicant would lose the 3 meters, but they won't for the time. Still something happens down there, which could be a long time. So it might be a good compromise. And again, and then the B along Laidlaw, again, I don't see if they get the wider dedication, it doesn't impact them a whole lot. The frontage improvements along those have already said that that's not required. So if we could deal with A and B, I'd be more than happy to progress.
Okay, thank you. So before we get into motions, I'll just invite members of the public that are here tonight to speak on this particular item. So this is public input specifically for 5629 Croydon Place. Welcome. And if you could please turn on the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Ron Kane. I live on AM Road and overlook Cooper's Cove, and I've been on the property many, many times as acquaintances of the owners. I support all of their variance requests for this subject address. It's an amazing property. It's the only place I've ever been on where you can see bears, otters, all kinds of bird life, very sensitive environment, and it's all in a very compact area. I agree with the CRD's findings, granting both variances on the west side of the property, the Sooke Road allowance. It would be good for the environment and the wildlife that use this sensitive area as a habitat. No work should be done in this area so close to a salmon-bearing stream and waters that lead to the ocean. The variances on Croydon both make sense to me. The present road allowance is enough to double the present road width and putting a sidewalk on along one side without having to avoid or relocate hydro poles or a new fire hydrant. This quiet rural road that goes nowhere with very few homes on it. Taking cash in lieu and spending it somewhere else would be beneficial to the community. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you for attending tonight. Do I have other speakers, please?
Good evening. I'm Christine Crockford. I live at 5503 Croydon Place. I'm at the end adjacent to the other trail that goes the other way. I'm also fully supportive of all the variances that they've requested. To Mayor Tate, your point earlier, and Ms. McMath, inviting more people to go down to through that riparian area is, I think, a very bad idea. I agree with the CRD's findings as well. It's a very, very sensitive area,
And any sort of development that would go down and encourage more traffic into that area is, I think, ill-advised. The street as it is now is very safe. I have 3 young children, and not to make myself sound like a bad parent, they can play on the road with no concerns, without there being a sidewalk, without there being lights, without the added space. It's the only car really that drives on that road is mine, because I'm at that end. There's no traffic. It's a dead end road. And so it's not a safety concern, at least at this point in time. And I fully appreciate that we don't know what's going to happen in the future. But as long as those properties are on septic and not on sewer, the development that can happen there is minimal. And again, they are on that side of the road, they are all adjacent to that Cooper's Cove. So those continuing interests for the water and the ecosystems there would also have to come into play later if we were going to develop it further, and which you'd be able to revisit. And I understand, I work for government as well, so I do appreciate the need to follow policy and procedure, but when it can be, there's also room, at least in the provincial government, to make some exceptions, and I would hope that there could be those made here and accept of the variances. So thank you.
Thank you very much for attending tonight.
Ellen Lawrence, I wanted to know, first of all, was there not do you not have to notify people within 100 meters? Because I wasn't notified. I'm just asking.
I'm not sure. I know that there was notification that went out according to what our requirements are, but I don't remember the requirements.
It used to be 100 meters.
Yeah,
Is it still?
through the mayor, so the requirements for rezoning applications
Mhm.
for public hearing notices, they're 100 meters as per the procedures bylaw. Our procedures policy dictates notification requirements for development variance permits, and it's only the adjacent neighbors. In this case, the mail out did actually go out beyond that. So 15 residents. So I think they applied the 100 meters in this case accidentally, just as a force of habit, but it exceeded the requirements of the policy.
Okay, because the rezoning's already done.
Okay. Okay. So, I would say take the 4 meters for that park, for that road dedication, because it's a CRD park beside, and that road dedication there, that is for Sooke. And there's a limited amount of access points, as Councillor Bateman said, for Sooke residents. And I mean, you saw the end of it, but that's not all of it. So that's people go down there. I mean, I've been going down there for 40 years. And I don't support putting curb and gutters and sidewalks down there. It doesn't make any sense at all. And I think that we're looking at changing those bylaws in rural areas as well. I believe it was a fire chief that said that it was difficult turning in there. And so they needed some road dedication. Was that correct? Road dedication on the Croydon side.
Well, I think in part it comes through our staff for.
Yeah,
the
so that
proposed bylaws.
1.5 meters or 2 meters or whatever, that dedication. I would support some dedication on the Croydon side, but no curb and gutters. I think that doesn't make any sense. So you take road and then you put curb and gutters on, so it reduces the size of the road, and it's not necessary. And that road's not going to go anywhere further. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there other speakers here tonight on this matter?
Hi, my name is Linda Kane. I live on AM Road. I've got grandkids. I've taken them to the property. You can get, it's easy access, the trail that's already there, to make another trail so close to where it is. I know there's, rules, but as you said, you got to use common sense. I don't think anybody would put another path to the ocean through such a sensitive area. And people haven't mentioned, if you going to go to the other part of AM Creek, you go 1 block across the road onto Ludlow and turn and park. There's all the parking spaces, and you walk down that trail and go to the bridge and see AM Creek. If you want to be in a already designated area, why you would do another part, like, I mean, it's literally across the street from the gas station by the vet where you'd access a beautiful area. So there is the path already. It's a beautiful rural street. They've been managing to get trucks down that road, and it seems fine the way it is. But it is a sensitive area. Why you'd want to try and put another path to that sensitive area, just as you said, it doesn't make sense. I support all the variances. I think the CRD, who's investigated the sensitivity of the land, it has the right idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anything further from members of the public? Okay, thank you. Sorry, sir. I just need you to turn on the microphone.
My family's been a continuous resident of Croydon since 1976.
Sorry, can you just introduce yourself
Mike
for us?
Dragutinovich.
Thank you,
Sorry.
thank you.
I'm all for the progress and support the subdivision. My only concerns are on the future density, and actually tonight was very clarifying from some misinformation that was distributed throughout the neighborhood. I'm all in for it. My only concerns are keeping the allowances for the roadway in place for that future development. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for attending tonight. Is there anyone further this evening? Okay. Any first-time speakers? Nope. Okay. Ms. Lures, it's all yours.
I just remembered something else, too much in my head. At one time, well, it's still there, on the CRD park, no people were allowed in there. That's what we were told, that the Land Conservancy said people were allowed in there. We went in there because we were being obstinate because it's a park. But I don't know if that's still there, that people are not allowed in the park. It's for animals only. And yeah, that's what it was. I'm telling you. So that was back to when the Berries lived there. So I don't know if that will come in effect again or whatever, but because it's CRD, it's a different park. Sooke is another entity. So I just want you to keep that in mind. And also the fact that First Nations has a few times asked to remove Goodrich Peninsula roadway so that could flow through in there as well. So I think that we should have that 4 meters just in case.
Thank you, Ms. Lures. I'll just share that in the park plan for this that was adopted in 2010, it is identified as an environmental protection zone. And the intention is to keep the park as natural and undeveloped as possible and to ensure minimal visitor impacts to the park environment. So typically those types of plans remain in place for quite some time. I would say some of them are redone every 50 years or so. So I think this would be in the case for the foreseeable future. Okay, so I think that has everyone that wanted to speak this evening. So I just want to look at, if we could just make that screen wide again. Thank you very much. Just so we can go back to the summary of proposals. Next one, I think. There was one that had just the 4. There we go. Thank you. That's okay. Okay, so I think we should go through these one by one. So starting with the first one is the proposed variance A. I just had a question. What is the difference between a road dedication and a statutory right of way?
To your worship, if it's a road dedication, the district owns the land. If it's a statutory right of way, the property owner would own the land. We would have a right of way for an intended use of a roadway over top of it. They would still own the property, and therefore their setbacks would be wouldn't be affected at all.
Okay, so in this case, the dedication is the road is dedicated to the district.
Very standard for road dedications. You can have right of ways that allow uses on it, but ultimately it is not our land. That's why we typically will secure road dedication. So it is the district's land and our liability when we construct roadway or public use on it.
But for the houses or whatever, you know, the existing dwelling or a future one, the setbacks would remain as they are prior to dedication, or would they change then if can you clarify that piece?
In this case, and Mr. Riley could speak more to the specific property, but a dedication would have no impact over a right of way because the houses are already a significant ways back from the property line. So it would be preference to have a dedication over a right of way.
I see. Okay, whereas a statutory right of way, the property owner owns the land, but the district has a right to that. They're essentially the same thing, though, are they not? I'm not, sorry, I'm not quite seeing the,
Yeah, typically statutory right-of-ways are intended for public access through private lands or for utilities.
okay,
Roads are vested to the municipality, essentially. They don't become part of the parcel anymore. So they're vested to the municipality. No agreements are required, obviously, for construction or improvements within the city's lands or the district's lands.
okay. Sorry, did you have something to add to that or to clarify?
If I may, Madam Chair, through, the reason we suggested this is because the part that would be either dedicated or reserved as a right of way is because it contains the existing trees. So it'd be unlikely to be actually the paved surface of the road. It could be boulevard or a pathway or trail or just contain the trees. The paved surface could go either on it or right up to it. What it would do would be the owner wouldn't be required to move his fence right away or have any change to his property until such time that the district actually needed the land. And there could always be, an alternate. It could be a road reserve where on demand, the district could ask for that road, but not take it now. So it's just so that they can kind of use and enjoy the property as it is now. They could certainly commit to a wider setback in that area for future dwellings if there was a concern that they would be too close to the road. So there's lots of things we could work into the agreement, but essentially we were looking for a way for them to maintain the use and enjoyment of their land until such time that you actually needed that land on Croydon, which could be many years down the road. But the ability to use that land would always be there for the district because it would be on title. So if they sold the land, the next person would know exactly what was expected. So it depends on how you write up that document, as much detail as you could put in there. It sounds a little more complex than just taking road dedication, but it also gives the current owners a little more comfort and enjoyment of the land until such time as it's needed.
I see. Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that. Councillor Beddoes, and then
Okay, then if we ask for the 3-meter road dedication and which is A, and give them the C, which is they don't have to do any frontage things, then they would not have to move the fence. We'd own the land. They would not have to take the trees down. So everything would stay the same for them, other than in the future, we'd have the ability, if we needed to widen that road all the way down to the end, we have that ability. So that to me seems like a pretty reasonable thing for us to do.
Yeah, to your worship, to Councillor Beddoes, that is correct, 100%. It seems to make sense. Like I said, our recommendations are only in alignment with that. But if it made sense to secure the dedication and not do improvements on either street, those improvements on Croydon would probably not be realized for years down the road. And I did hear concerns about bringing in density to that area. Securing right-of-ways will not bring in density. It allows the district to address a concern if there is one 30 years down the road and do what needs to be done. So ultimately, always a good idea to secure the right-of-ways. But if it made sense for council to consider variances for improvements, then nothing would be done there for years.
So I'd be willing to make a motion when you're ready.
Okay, did you have another question? Okay, let me just go to Counselor St. Pierre. I think the applicant just wants to share a little more. I'll just go to the counselor first. Go ahead.
So just a clarifying question. One of the biggest differences I understand between the statutory right of way and a road dedication is it affects the setbacks. So I don't know what the setbacks are in that particular lot. Do you have a know offhand?
Yeah, so through the mayor, the principal residence would be set back from the front line 7.5 meters. Or sorry, this is RU5.
So 5 meters?
Sorry, 1 second. 4.5 meters.
4.5 meters.
Yeah, yeah.
So what happens if the right of way, if you do a statutory, is that at that point, if the road ever goes in or whatever, the house could then be up to 1.5 meters away from the road. You no longer have the same setbacks at all. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the mayor, the setback would still be maintained at the 4.5 meter from the front parcel boundary. It wouldn't take into consideration the SRW, but you would be able to encroach or any other restrictions that may exist as part of that SRW agreement between the city and the private property owner.
Okay, so one of the things that I want to try and explain here is that all of this stuff is not actually for, in some ways, the owners now. From what I understand, the owners now are amazing people that have great relationships with all their neighbors. They have a beautiful property. They want to maintain it. They're excellent stewards. They want to maintain a wonderful property with animals, bears, habitat, and so on and so forth. But I have a friend who lives across the river and his neighbor cut down all their trees and it's created drainage problems, an eyesore, and now he's worried about his trees falling down. Good stewardship principle. You don't know what's going to happen in the future in terms of who owns the property. 20 years from now, it's hard to imagine 20 years from now, but in the future, someone else owns that property. And without those setbacks, you don't necessarily have a buffer. You don't necessarily have, someone decides to put a mega mansion or right on the road. You don't know what's going to happen. These rules and the plans are actually made to protect a future vision and the vision that we have now. As properties change owners, it's important to actually do this sort of thing.
Okay,
Anyway.
Can you just click, because we don't have a motion and I know that the
Yes,
applicant
sorry.
wanted to add a little, so I was just
I'm
looking.
rattling on.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Can you please turn on the microphone? Thank you.
Sean Toronto, applicant. Two things. First off, we from day one wanted to put a covenant to protect all the beautiful mature trees across the front of the property on Croydon. So our vision is to protect the trees, not cut them down. Secondly, the road allowance for Croydon is close to 50 feet presently. So there was a slide that was up there that showed Croydon and Urban Road. Presently, without taking any road dedication on Croydon, you could put a curb and gutter, a parking lane, 2 driving lanes, and a full sidewalk, and still have 2 meters remaining of road allowance without taking any road allowance off the front of our property. So I just wanted to make that clear, just in case you didn't understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toronto. Okay, council, so I'm going to go to through the variances here. So Councillor Beddoes, I understand you have a motion that you would like to test. So please
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
would like to make a motion that we do take the 3 meters along Croydon Place, which is A, and that we grant the no improvements along Croydon Place, which is C. So
Okay, can we just keep it a bit more simple and we'll
Sure.
just go through them in order? So
I make a motion that we accept the 3 meter road dedication along Croydon Place. Then we deny the variance, correct?
in a negative.
Well, that's, I didn't want to put it in the negative, but
Okay, is there a seconder for that? It's seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. So to motivate, so it would be.
yeah,
to deny the variance.
I see this as sort of a win-win. Maybe the applicant doesn't see it that way, but the applicant keeps his fence, keeps his the trees in place, and we're covered for any future development down there. I don't know out there with the tape measure to get exactly where everything is. But that would, especially if we go through with C and we don't ask for any, curbs or anything to be put in there. I think it's a good way to go. We've got the future covered, and the applicant can get on with doing what he needs to do.
Okay, seconder is Councillor St. Pierre.
I agree entirely with what Councillor Bettis was saying. But I think it's also just important to take the long view. I'm also worried about setting precedents, because as soon as we actually start setting precedents like this all over the place, we don't have a road dedications. And right now we have issues with transportation all over the place. We can't necessarily predict everything perfectly into the future. So we have to have allowances so that we can actually make things happen in the future if they're needed. That's what the plans are for. If we don't actually look 20, 30 years in the future, we don't have plans, we have suggestions. And it's extraordinarily hard for staff to actually make our transportation better with no guarantees anywhere. So yeah, I support the road dedication. I don't think it won't change the usage unless it's needed. And I think that's really important to remember.
Okay, anything else? Go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
So I think the word precedent is a bit misleading in this case. This is a very unique pocket neighborhood. So I don't believe that it would, unless there's identical neighborhoods with cheek by jowl with a CRD park. I don't think the precedent matter, but that statutory right of way, I do like the concept in that the homeowners would be responsible for those street trees. This would, if we go this route, it becomes a district responsibility. So I would support that if we could get the statutory right of way component.
So in this case, you're not in favor of the motion?
No, I guess not.
Okay. Councillor McMath?
Touching on precedent setting, we've already done that with a very different neighborhood, but with similar challenges in the sense where you have a safe, very rural street that by creating these enhancements, it's actually degrading to the environment, both aesthetically and literally. So I'm not supporting this motion. I'd like to support the variance, and I'm comfortable with the statutory that Councillor Bateman just touched on.
Councillor Lajeunesse?
Ditto.
Okay, thank you. So for myself, I'm leaning towards the statutory right of way with the tree protection. So then it carries together so that a future landowner would have that dedication there, but that the trees would be protected at the same time. So I'm not in support of the variance for the reasons that we've already outlined. So I'll call the question on the motion. All those in favor, please. And those opposed, so I have Councillor Bateman, Councillor McMath, Councillor Lajeunesse, myself opposed, so that fails. 2 in favor and 4 opposed. So perhaps some suggested wording would be that council directs staff to obtain a 3-meter statutory right-of-way along with a covenant to protect significant trees along this frontage. Does that make sense? So we're getting the 3-meter dedication, and then the significant trees are protected at the same time. I think it was a covenant that came in the applicant's rationale. Pardon me? Along Croydon. Okay, along Croydon Place. The frontage, this frontage along Croydon. So we all sit and stare at you as you type. Okay, would someone be prepared to move that?
If I may interject.
Yes,
Yes, so the motion would have to be to authorize the issuance of a development variance permit to that section.
okay,
of
thank
the
you.
NCS bylaw on the conditions that,
Okay,
as you've listed.
say it for the writer so that count. We like seeing the language on the screen, so thank you for managing this.
Yeah, you could put council authorize the issuance of the development variance permit, the very section 7.2B. It's in the staff report.
Well, no, I can fix that in the minutes, but it's really variance and that.
On the condition that.
You might want to just add place to Croydon. Okay, that council authorized proposed variance A outlined in the report on the condition that staff obtain a 3-meter statutory right-of-way along with a covenant to protect significant trees along the frontage along Croydon Place. Moved by Councillor Bateman. Okay, do we have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor McMath. So on the motion, do you have anything to share, Councillor Bateman?
That's substantial, and we'll get to the frontage improvements in variance C a little later, but this looks good.
Okay, thank you. Anything, Councillor McMath is the seconder? No, Councillor St. Pierre?
I'm concerned that in the future, if we have a mix of honestly dedications and statutory ways, it's going to make things a lot more complicated. But that's going to be a problem for the future, it looks like now. But I think we need to be careful because pretty much every neighborhood is unique and it's all precedent setting.
And I'll share that I agree with you. And that's why we rely on the professional expertise of our staff to untangle these complexities as they arise. We are obtaining the road right away, and I think that's important for the future. And then if the ownership changes hands in recent years, then we eliminate where massive cutting would come and cause drainage issues. So I feel this is a fair compromise in what is a rural area and not a through destination in an unserviced area by wastewater. I'm comfortable with this. Anything else from members of council? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Beddoes and St. Pierre are opposed, so that passes on a 4-2. So we'll move to the next one, which is along Laidlaw, or pardon me, yes, public road dedication along Laidlaw Road. So the recommendation was that for the variance to be denied. Just looking for language here. I see it's sort of the same thing. So in terms of, I mean, we have an option to apply the same rationale for the public road dedication, but in this case, I'm motivated by what I'm reading by the CRD, and that doesn't mean that I don't recognize the work that our staff are doing, but this is a park under CRD regional management, of which they've put in a plan for this park that's going to remain in place for a considerable length of time. It is a natural park. It's not one like the potholes where you encourage public access and recreation to. This is sensitive ecosystem. They've put their concerns in writing to us. They put in why they acquired the park through the Land Conservancy and Habitat Acquisition Trust. And it was at that time, perhaps, Ms. Lewis, when this happened, that they wanted to restrict all public access, and they do allow public access, but on a limited basis. It's not one that is meant to encourage traffic to, I'm comfortable not asking for a further dedication here to widen this, just based on the intention of what's already in this park. And I think that as we grow into the future, we have to look at public access where it makes the most sense, either through the existing trail network or at the end of Croydon, where a trail connection has been established. In some cases, while there are parks in the future, they're not necessarily meant for humans. It's going to be more restricted to wildlife, and I could see almost no human activity being encouraged in some areas over encouraging human. That's me, see, but I don't know what 50 years would look like. But if things can continue as they are, you would not want humans in certain places. So, Councillor Bateman.
Clarifying question. So there already is a 12.2
Yes.
meter right of way owned by the district leading right down to the basin. And we're seeking to, and through you to Mr. Riley, you were sort of thinking that might work potentially.
I asked that same question. If we already have that, why are we adding more? And it would be that, should we look to improve that, we may need a greater road right away, a greater right of way to protect the plantings that exist within that area. So I appreciate that. I just think we already have one and two existing ones in the area. And there's some, I don't want to keep interrupting you, but I just did. Okay. So in this case, let's see here. Item B, road dedication. The applicant is requesting that council authorize, so, and then this is the one where staff is looking for us to deny this proposed variance. So, I'll throw something out there again. That council approve the issuance of development variance permit. I don't even know how to read this. So, okay, so thank you for putting that there. Oh, that's, we can either approve this or deny it. So it's when there's a not a negative in there, I get a bit stuck. So it could be that council approve the variance as requested by the applicant. Right? That council authorized proposed variance B as requested by the applicant. Would someone like to make that motion? Okay, moved by Councillor McMath, seconded by Councillor Bateman. Anything to comment, Councillor McMath?
I've touched on most of it earlier, but it sort of goes back to like our current OCP and our draft OCP. The crux of every piece of the district, there's always that environmental lens highlight. And so part of being good stewards is protecting areas as well. When we have multiple access on both sides so close to this property, and it's such a sensitive riparian area as supported and cataloged and researched by the CRD, it's just counterintuitive to create and generate human traffic to that location. So in the essence of protecting the environment, that's why I'm supporting this variance.
Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, so I did have a look at that CRD master plan of 2010 for AM Creek, and it talks about a visitor center. Everything is oriented on the west side of AM Creek. So that's where the trail is. When my wife and I visit, we park up on 14 in the pullover up there. Down we go. I've now learned I could take the westernmost street over and walk in from that side path. So and given that the 12.2 meters is already there to put a very sensitive trail in at some future date, it seems like a fair to respect the CRD's wishes on this in particular, as much as our Parks and Environmental Services are in favor of denying that variance. I think now knowing about that 12.2 meters, I think that settles it for me.
Counselor Beddoes?
Yeah, I won't be supporting that motion. I certainly don't disagree with some of the things that's said, but I think again, we're tying councils in the District of Sooke's hands for the future. And once that's the variance is okayed, that land is gone for us. I don't know what the future brings down there. I don't know what the CRD will do. I like to keep all options open. I think if we had that dedication, again, it will just be a dedication on paper. The homeowner will not see any great difference there for the next decade or two. But we also have to be forward thinking in that we don't know what the future holds. And we throw away an opportunity. And that's why we're supposed to be doing some of these things for the future. We do not tie the hands of future councils. I'm a firm believer to leave things the way they are right now, but we have an opportunity to get a dedication there for the future. And the applicant in 20 years may not be living there. I don't know. But we just tied the hands of future councils, and I'm not in agreement with that.
Counselor St. Pierre?
Yeah, I wanted to emphasize that creating a further buffer is not actually creating a trail. Staff has emphasized a few times that getting the dedication actually creates more protection. So you've got the 12 meters, then you have an additional 3. It's just more protection for the park. It doesn't mean putting more people in. That's been actually stated many, many times. I should also point out that along our own property, and we're right across from the community gardens, there's a huge number of big trees right along our property line. And I was surprised to find out that they're actually on district right of way and they're protected. They're protected by the district as a property owner, even though it's ALR. And on any of their ALR land, I could take down those big trees and sell them for timber tomorrow. Those trees are protected. So a district dedication actually provides protection that when an owner changes is not there. And generally speaking, the district is not a monster trying to destroy the environment or do anything nasty. So I will not be supporting the variance.
Counselor Lajeunesse?
Yeah, 12.2 meters is a little over 40 feet. I have to think in feet because I'm old, but which is about the width of this room, I'm just guessing. And I think for whether we want to put a trail in or a road, that's plenty of width to accomplish either of those things. And given the fact that there is a park on the opposite side of the road with trails, existing trails, and the potential of adding more trails, plus the trail at the east end of Croydon Place, I just think that to take an extra 8% of the property for, I just think it's a waste of space. But so I will support this variance.
Okay, thank you. So for myself, we have 12.2 meters in place. Should we require that for the future? And I appreciate that maybe we needed more than the 40 feet or the 12.2 meters, but we have the 12.2 meters dedication as needed. So I'm satisfied with that. So I'm in support of this. So I'll call the question then. All those in favor of the motion? All those opposed? Councillor Beddoes and St. Pierre is opposed. So that passes. That carries on a 4-2. Okay. The other two we can probably do together. So that would be I'm scrolling. Sorry, folks. So there was item C and D in regards to constructing the frontage improvements. So we could share that council. What I'm hearing is that there is no appetite to have the applicant do this work. So I'm just looking to do a motion that that council authorize the variance or the development variance permit. Yes.
Did the applicant offer, I'm not quite sure, in lieu of property improvements, a $10,000?
I'm getting to that.
Oh,
I was
good.
just
I
thinking
wasn't
of
sure. I just wanted to make sure that got in there. Good.
that council authorized proposed variance C and D as outlined in the report and obtain $10,000 from the applicant to use towards active trail. Do we want to say active trail improvements? Because I'm just throwing that in there. They offered $10,000 for to be used for other improvements elsewhere in the district. So I thought rather than it just disappearing, but 10,000 goes a long way with our trail networks where we actually want them. So maybe we just use them towards other trail improvements that are occurring right now. I'm just throwing that out there. Just
Put it in a motion.
all right. So that council authorized proposed variance C and D outlined in the report on the condition that $10,000 be obtained by the applicant to be used towards active trails improvements elsewhere in the district.
Yeah.
Hey, just one second. Yeah, it hasn't been moved yet.
So I just had a clarifying question here. So variance C proposed, this would include the pavement widening to meet the minimum pavement requirements for the fire department standards, a 1 meter gravel shoulder, stormwater management in the form of a roadside bioswale. These are recommendations out of the Parks and Environmental Services. That's another way of saying what I think was said in the variance C. Is that correct?
Our recommendations were to do the full frontages, but I believe, and Jaden can correct me if I'm wrong, we've put that forward to say if frontages are not required, this would be a minimum that should at least be done.
So that is the 6 meters and the
Yeah.
bioswale.
Yeah, so as outlined in the report, so that'd be the
As outlined in the
stormwater
report.
management plan for outside drainage, and then also the to pave the 6 meter width road at minimum, as per the fire access standards.
So I think this just needs, I'm just looking to get this going. So it's, we could require something or we could relieve the applicant from constructing this. And I don't know that what is on here is clear to anybody. So that council authorized proposed variance C and D. Because staff were in favor of D. It's when things are in the negative, it confuses me, but that's probably me. So that would be to be relieved from constructing frontage improvements along Croydon Place. All right, so why doesn't someone help me craft this motion? Because I can't think and read at the same time. Councillor McMahon? I don't know. Is this clear though on what the outcome here is? Just maybe use your microphone. So variance C and D. Then with this here, what is the, what is, if this passes, what is the takeaway that staff ends up with here? Like what do staff and the applicant walk away with should this pass? Are you then?
Sorry to confirm, what is the motion?
Well,
That council authorized proposed variance C and D outlined on the report on the condition that $10,000 be obtained from the applicant to be used towards active trail improvements elsewhere in the district.
Yeah, so that would result in no frontage improvements.
Okay.
On either frontage and $10,000.
Okay, so your takeaway, that's where I was reading and I was confusing myself that this was creating a circular reference. So this motion here means that the applicant does not have to do any improvements on Croydon or Laidlaw, but they will provide $10,000 for us to use elsewhere. So is someone?
I think we're, sorry, if I may, where Councillor Bateman may be confused here is that there's a recommendation by staff that if there was a variance to proposed variance C, that there be some minimum standards included. And that's where there's the two sections in the report that we're recommending as a minimum. Again, that's up to council, obviously, to determine if that's appropriate or not, but that's where that lives. Or you're related to your question, Councillor.
Okay.
Recommend to continue this motion, if we put a semicolon after elsewhere. To this is for the fire department piece, pavement widening to meet the minimum requirements as per the fire department standards.
But
that's the 6 meters.
But I just don't know that that can be accomplished, given the previous motion. Well, to me, we're looking for a statutory right of way and to protect the trees. And so how then can you go in and do some of the work if the intent is not to do any improvements there and to leave it, then we're leaving it as is. So it has to be one of two things. We're either getting the road dedication and doing work, or we're getting the right of way and not doing anything at this time. So I'm going to not add that because I think it's confusing, and see, Councillor McMath was prepared to move this first motion. So I would just put a period after elsewhere. We'll see if it's seconded and then go from there.
So I'll move that council authorize proposed variance C and D outlined in the report on the condition that $10,000 be obtained from the applicant to be used towards active trail improvements elsewhere.
And that's seconded by Councillor Lajeunesse. So any comments, Councillor McMath?
I think it's a win-win, and I have a tough time. I appreciate like the word improvements, but I think just to have such a small section change so drastically that doesn't match the current aesthetic, for lack of a better word, of that dead end rural road. This is actually the real improvement, and then that $10,000 will go to good use and improve the trail access either towards the end or somewhere else in the community where we're looking to increase higher traffic.
Okay, Councillor Lajeunesse.
Yeah, I agree with that. And as has been stated, there's no increase to density. And I mean, if there's a fire there tomorrow, can we just let it burn? I mean, I think the fire.
Just point of order, that would not be our intention if there's a fire to just let it burn down. We
I'm
would
just saying,
attempt.
like,
The point you're making is the truck will get through there.
the truck can get through there. Bond Sheet Metal's been operating there for 40 or 50 years, and he has freight trucks delivering materials there constantly. So you can get trucks in there.
Okay, any comments from other members of council? Go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
Well, I can see some logic there with and yet public safety is such a critical aspect of this community's identity and our future. I guess there's that, and there's also the bioswale, right? The need for proper stormwater management. It drains. Yeah. With or without a bioswale. Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Beddoes?
Oh, I'm just confused about the whole thing, but that's all right. Yeah, I have some reluctance about it, but I'll support it. I certainly was on D. There was just no question that we not doing that. C, I'm still a little bit confused about what the fire department needs there. I mean, I don't want to see a whole lot of variances. I mean, or improvements on C as well. I think you leave things well enough alone down there, but I'm not quite clear what maybe the fire chief could explain what his needs are there, because we've already said that we're not taking the frontage. We've got some rights to it in the future, so maybe you could explain what your needs are there.
Yes, I'll just keep it real simple. We need 6 meters of width to be able to operate an apparatus appropriately.
And what's there now exactly, please? 5 meters? 5 meters, so we need another meter, right? So I guess where I'm struggling here is I got a recommendation from our fire chief, who we pay a lot of money to have a look at this. And he is primary interested in the safety of our residents. So that 1 meter can be very important.
Counselor St. Pierre?
I have a quick question for the applicants.
We're on a motion, so no, like we can't have, like, there's a live motion, so the discussion is with council. No, but he's a counselor asking a question, like to draw members of the public in.
Well, I'd be
Yeah.
awfully curious as to whether or not the trees would be affected by increasing the road width by a meter. That's all. And they probably might know.
That's that.
There we go. Is someone willing to answer that question for me? Anybody? Nope.
Counselor McMath?
If there were a structure fire right now on that road, what would the fire department do?
I would assume you're asking me that question.
Correct.
Yeah. We would respond accordingly and do our best to put the fire out using the apparatus we see fit.
So where I'm just going with that is that ideally it is the 6 meters, but the trucks will get there. And there are many other examples throughout the community of Sooke where the 6 meters has not been obtained.
Okay. I'm going to call a question, please. So all those in favor? Any opposed? Counselor Beddoes, Bateman, and St. Pierre are opposed. I was in favor, so this fails. Because it's tied. A tie vote is defeated. Okay. Good grief. So I'll go back and separate. Let's maybe do the easy one, which is D. Anything easy at this hour? Let's see here. Okay. Because I think we all agreed, and in the staff, in our staff's case, they also were fine with item D. So this comes down to C. So for those of you that did not, I'm going to now look to one of you who was not in favor of this to put a different motion forward.
Put one forward. Okay, that the council authorized proposed variance D.
Okay.
How about that for a different motion?
Okay, well.
Let's wipe it out first.
Okay. So that's moved by Counselor Bateman and seconded by Counselor Beddoes. So this is D, and our staff also supported this. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Oh, sorry.
Where are you putting the $10,000 piece?
He's not at all. So it's going to come back to C. He didn't put that in there. So, yeah. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That one carried unanimously. Okay, so we'll go back to item C, and I'll look for those that spoke in opposition to put forward a different motion. I'll try to think of one too.
No, I think Councillor St. Pierre, because that idea of the 1 meter not impacting the the trees. The option to maybe do a gravel shoulder as opposed to a paved shoulder to ensure that
Fire access standards 2020, where the minimum paved area is 6 meters.
ah, be added.
Okay, our staff are helping us with something
Yeah.
here. My challenge here is I don't see how this can be accomplished. I don't see how this can be, how doing anything can be accomplished without us actually doing improvements there. So I'm stuck here with requesting that. And then what happens? Suppose this is not where the structure fire is and the fire is further down the road, then it gets through here and then it gets stuck. So, so then what, right?
50 meters.
But meanwhile, our fire department can service every area of our town accordingly, so it won't get stuck. And in some cases, I would like to think that even if the residents aren't home and other neighbors notice that there was a fire, they would be accommodating because everyone wants to welcome the fire truck. But if you allow for a greater mouth here, and then what, it's gonna get stuck. So until the road is actually done in full, I don't see how one section of it would make a difference in terms of emergency response. I'm not a firefighter, but I'm just looking at it here that if there was no road and we needed to jam it through, that's one thing. If it was a brand new subdivision, but in this case, it is existing. Maybe it's had a fire there or other calls for service in the past that they've responded to. So they'll send the appropriate vehicle and deal with it accordingly. So I'm just stuck with this part, given that the other motions have already passed. So that's why I supported it being as it is, and I don't get how this is going to do anything. Councillor St. Pierre.
Through your worship to staff, possibly chief. I'm assuming that if it was a 6-meter gravel road, you would travel just fine down it. You reach whatever you needed to.
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, and I guess this would be a question for Mr. Riley, potentially through your worship. Including shoulders, do we have 6 meters already?
Yeah, we can fit an extra meter there.
Okay, so I wasn't able to get this information before. That sounds like you can actually get an apparatus through at this point in time. Would that be correct, Chief?
That is correct, and I'll refer back to our access standard. It specifically speaks to certain apparatus that we need a certain width to be able to function around the apparatus in a safe manner. The other thing we need to take into consideration is the weight of our vehicles. So as long as that road surface can bear the weight of our heaviest apparatus, it should not be an issue.
Thank you. Okay, well, I at least feel better about the safety considerations. And I wasn't able to get that answered before, so I'm sorry about that. And I couldn't support the motion as it stood because didn't know if the apparatus could get through.
I just have a technical question.
Sure.
So because the previous paired motion failed, because it's separated, is this considered a new motion if we remove that 1 meter paved section?
Yes.
Okay, so then I would make the motion that council authorize proposed variance C outlined in the report on the condition that $10,000 be obtained from the applicant to be used towards active trail improvements elsewhere.
Okay, so that's moved by Councillor McMath and seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. And for those of you, I'm looking at the picture. I'm not texting. I'm just looking at the pictures that I took. No, I'm just looking at the pictures that I took of the road for context. I was focused. Okay, just wanted to share that. Okay, anything else from members of council? Okay, so I'll call the question. All those in favor, please. Any opposed? None opposed. That carries unanimously. Okay, so we've made it. Is there anything? So the other question is for housekeeping from staff is at the part of this recommendation, there's a preamble, but is that all captured now? Like it has that council approve the issuance? Do you need that part or is that good?
Through the mayor to council. This was a simplified version so staff could get the intent of what council is saying, but I will craft a more thorough motion to include aspects of the recommendation to ensure that we include the variance number, the variance information as per the recommendation. So I have the spirit of what you're saying and I will craft it and it'll have all of the components.
Okay, okay, very good. Thank you for that. Okay, so we're gonna move on. So I think that covers everything. We get to public comment and question period though on tonight's agenda though, on everything except for the committee of the whole discussions on Highway 14 and the development variance permit, because that had its own dedicated public input sections. Is there any members of the public that would like to comment on anything else remaining in tonight's agenda? We have we still have some correspondence. We have 12.1 affordable housing update, council meeting cancellation, 5-year plan, and Scouts Canada. Any of those pieces? Is anyone here for any of those? Okay, could you please come forward now? And for the rest of you that were here for Croydon Place, thank you for coming. And of course, you're welcome to stay till the end of the council meeting with us tonight. I'll leave it to you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Patrick Marsden. I'm a local developer in Sooke and as well on the Sooke Builders Association. I just have a couple comments about the affordable housing contribution policy. Just a quick question though first. Is that something that staff presents to you and then there's discussion, or is this just part of the package?
This is, so the item that's in here tonight is just an update. There's no action by council at this time as I read it. It's just looking to, unless there's a change, like it's sort of outlining where this is at following a recent council resolution, the next steps of what's happening and how in-stream applications are going to be handled. And so in this report, they're recommending the current process of allowing developers to provide the housing in different forms and affordable housing mix, that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I just a couple comments to make specifically in regards to the in-stream applications comment that's included in this report. I would encourage mayor and council to work with staff and really sorry, screwing up my wording here. As the district works towards an affordable housing policy, which we in the development community are all very much in support of, I would encourage council to support staff's recommendation on the treatment of in-stream applications. The ability to continue the negotiation process between applicants and staff, such as myself who have in-stream applications in progress, provide the confidence for us to bring forward applications to rezoning before council. And I'm speaking of this sort of specifically now because although in this report, staff indicate that there is a draft policy coming to you, I believe within the next sort of month or so that's being worked on. I've seen in previous council, in previous applicants coming before you talking about affordable housing, there seems to be some discussion on what some consistency and what those fees should be. And I think the challenge for us as applicants is without a policy right now, we rely on the negotiations that we have with staff. And that process involves us as applicants coming to or putting towards our application a proposal on what that affordable housing fee should be. And although consistency is important, those fees can be very different depending on what projects we're talking about. And so this new policy will create a lot of certainty for the development community But my recommendation, my hope is that between now and the point in time where we have that policy, that council hopefully will take the recommendations from staff for upcoming policies or for upcoming applications that you'll see between now and then. So I'm sorry if I made that confusing, but yeah.
No, that's good. Thank
Okay.
you very much. And thanks for being here tonight. Is there any other public input on the remaining items on tonight's agenda? Okay, I'm just gonna. Sorry, it makes that sound when I turn off the microphone. Okay, so we'll move on into the item number 11, which is the consent agenda. So that is the one remaining item is the correspondence, and that would be that the correspondence from March 20th through April 3rd be received. Moved by Councillor Bateman and seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. All those in favor, please. Any opposed? None opposed. That's carried unanimously. So the next up is item 12 in reports. So 12.1 is the Affordable Housing Contribution Policy Update. Over to staff, please.
Yeah, thank you. So this report is for information to provide council an update of the policy work that's related to affordable housing that's currently occurring. It's also related to the notice of motion from February 12th council meeting that directed staff to develop a relevant template for affordable housing contributions. Some background here as well. Affordable housing contributions are currently secured through Section 219 covenants at time of rezoning in accordance with Section 4.7 of the official community plan. And it considers an affordable housing mix, including land units or cash in lieu contributions. Now, most often developers provide cash in lieu or a per unit amount due at time of building permit. Final contribution amounts or results from negotiations between staff and the developer. Most recently, we've secured around $3,000 per unit, or in some cases, 10% of the assessed value of the property. However, historically, the amounts have been inconsistent because there's no established policy at the moment, as you're well aware. So the community amenity contribution policy was one of the projects included with the development approvals process review program funding. It was 90% complete when the new legislation from the province was announced regarding amenity cost contributions, or this is Bill 46 specifically, the Housing Statutes Development Financing Amendment Act. So Bill 46 provides new tools for local governments to obtain amenity contributions, specifically through ACCs, or amenity cost contributions, and established bylaw. So the general purpose of an ACC bylaw would be to have amenity cost charges established upfront in the development process and received at time of subdivision or building permit, like a development cost charge, rather than negotiate at time of rezoning. Some more information from the province is anticipated in the coming months to help guide municipalities in considering development of an ACC bylaw. And then this new legislation ultimately caused us to pause in completing the CAC policy. However, staff have reinitiated discussions with its staff or project consultant to revise the CAC policy to focus specifically on affordable housing. Right, it's anticipated that staff will return to council in late April, early May, with a draft policy, which would be followed by stakeholder engagement prior to returning to council for consideration of its adoption. And as just noted here, for the interim, a policy will be developed and staff will continue to address affordable housing through the current process of negotiating with applicants in good faith regarding that affordable housing mix, which could be a combination of units, land, or cash only.
Okay.
That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. So in the interim, the status quo prevails. And then once we get to an actual policy to adopt, then I think council at that time can determine when we want it to come into effect. As a certain date or?
Certainly, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, questions from council to staff? Councillor St. Pierre? Okay, go ahead, Councillor McMouth.
So just for clarity, we're going to receive policy late April, early May?
Yeah, through the mayor, I'll have to check the consultant, but yeah, the plan is April 22nd or potentially the first meeting in May to have a draft policy.
Okay, thank you.
And then it goes through consultation before we adopt it. Okay. All right, so council received the staff report titled Affordable Housing Contribution Policy Update for information. That's moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Bateman. All those in favor, please. Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. I'm gonna look for a motion to meet past 11 o'clock. Moved by Counselor McMath and seconded by Counselor Beddoes. All those in favor? Any opposed? Counselor St. Pierre is opposed, so that carries. 12.2, we do have to adopt our financial plan bylaw. Council meeting cancellation. It would be that council resolved to cancel the scheduled District of Sooke regular council meeting on Monday, June the 10th, 2024. Moved by Counselor Lajeunesse, seconded by Counselor St. Pierre. All those in favor, please. Any opposed? None opposed. That carries unanimously. For those wondering why it's council won't be here, they're traveling back. Majority's traveling back from the FCM convention, so we won't have quorum. Number 13 is bylaws. This is our financial plan bylaw. Thank you to staff for hosting the open house, all the information you've put out. The recommendation here is that council adopt the bylaw cited as 2024 to 2028 financial plan bylaw number 906/2024. All those in favor, or sorry, moved by Counselor Bateman and seconded by Counselor Beddoes. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. And for those wondering why our staff are moving around, it's to shut the alarm system off, or we would have triggered it by now. Okay, 14 is new business item. This is a request from Scouts Canada that I asked to be pulled for tonight's agenda. As you may know now, the Scouts are hosting their Jamboree once again here in Sooke in July. We typically welcome around 5,000 Scouts into our community, plus support staff. So there's a bit of a small town, but Scouts tend to take pictures and leave no footprint. And it's quite an event actually. And so they do have a flyover, and they've reached out for our permission for this special event that they're hosting in their opening ceremonies. And that would be from Canadian Forces, and they've put forward a draft letter that they're hoping that will sign. So I guess so it would be perhaps that Counselor Beddoes is moving that the District of Sooke send a support letter. Okay, so that's moved by Counselor Beddoes, seconded by Counselor McMath. And it's Canadian Armed Forces aircraft as low as 500 feet. So, yes. Anything else? All those in favor, please. Any opposed? I think you're in favor, Counselor Lajeunesse, so that carries unanimously. Item 16 are council verbal reports. Or pardon me, 15 is council verbal reports. I don't know. Have you? No, because you weren't at the last meeting. So I would say no.
Right, so I do have something to report. At council's behest, and because I asked if I could, I went to the VRTC with the suggestion of making our 2 local routes free. And to get a report from their staff in terms of a cost benefit analysis. And with good work on everyone's part, that went through. So we're one step closer to potentially having some free bus routes in Sooke.
Now be the Victoria Regional Transit Commission. Okay. Other comments, Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, I'll let Councillor Bateman talk about the Sooke Homeless Coalition meeting that we attended if he wants. There may not be anything to report. But the other one I found very interesting is I attended the Sooke Food Bank AGM. And just a couple of stats for you, and some of them are quite interesting. Revenue is down 21% and the costs are up 36%. So we're actually $6,000 in a hole, but we will get there. The other thing that I found very fascinating is that the food bank supplies 75 lunch bags per day for 6 days out of the Sooke shelter, 75 for those people that are living in cars and tents, working people. They actually have jobs, so they can stop off there and pick up a lunch and go to work. So I found that really astonishing that another service that they have at the food bank, which impacts a lot, 75 a day. People can pick up a lunch and get to work. So That's about it. There are all sorts of fascinating things. I got a wonderful new video, which I have downloaded to my phone, and I'm going to talk to the mayor and staff about maybe one day presenting it. It's very informative. We don't necessarily have to have a delegation. We can do one if you want. It's about a minute and a half. If we could show that one day, I think you'll be very proud of your community, of the people that are meeting this terrible situation we're in about food head on. So do that for the future.
Do you want to talk about Sea Park looking for skate park engagement?
Oh, yes. Yeah, sorry. There was another one I went to, a Sea Park. Of course, I chair it down there, but yeah, Sea Park is coming to the community on a number of things, but the one coming up is the redoing the skate park and looking for comments on that. Community engagement, we'll be doing that very soon, as well as going out to the public about what the future needs of Sooke will be in recreation, because as you all probably realize, we're growing in leaps and bounds, and with the provincial government sort of coming down, we'll still be growing in leaps and bounds. So our recreation is not keeping track with our population. So there's more to come on that. The staff down there is working diligently on it, and we'll have more in the very near future. The biggest one coming up is the skate park. They're going to do some consultation with the Rotary and some other stakeholders and redo that whole park. So there you go. I think I covered it, didn't I, Mayor?
Thank you, Councillor Beddoes. It's more particular around skate park users. So it's not about whether or not we want the skate park. It's definitely happening, but what type of features should it have? And what does that look like? Because it's also used by some that do bike stunts, and skateboarding is an Olympic sport now. So when we're designing something for the future, what would that look like that could potentially be an avenue for some of our youth? And what is it missing? So it's looking for actual users or those with the wherewithal on skate park.
Are any of you across there users? Oh, there's one.
So something to keep in mind. Thank you.
I thought Mr. Carter put his hand up for that.
I did also hear a clip on CFAX, and it seems that CFAX is after the manager was on the air, that some contribution has gone from CFAX to our local food bank. There was just a short clip that I caught in response to meet that lunch program. And I think she was also sharing the lunch in the school. So how it's distributed, I don't know, but it was nice to hear that. Councillor Bateman.
So, yeah, thank you, Councillor Beddoes, for joining us, and Councillor St. Pierre was there as well for the fourth meeting of the Homelessness Coalition's Community Advisory Team. And the purpose of the meeting was to move from advisory to action. So we renamed it as the Community Action Team. There was a great turnout, people from the Chamber, Search and Food Bank, Sooke Council, Ravi Parmar's office sent a representative, the Ed McGregor Park Neighbors Group, and Communications Coordinator Mog was in the house as well. So much of the conversation focused on social housing needs and how Sooke might find short-term solutions for folks living in cars and RVs. Next month, we're going to drill down and identify 2, 3, or even 4 action items, maybe 4. And Councillor St. Pierre, who's trained in these kind of brainstorming sessions, will lead it along with Reverend Al Tysick. So that was that. The mayor and I went over to Shelley Davies' studio on Reserve number 2, and she and Diego Narvez, the artist, showed us the latest progress of the mural, which is replacing the Bill Dixon mural at Cedar Grove Mall. And that they are anticipating to be ready by the end of May. And then there will be some kind of opening. And it's a beautiful representation of a future forestry management scenario with strong First Nations involvement. Well, yeah. So all that's good. And I also met with Molly Cameron of the Wildwise Society and wildlife photographer Gary Schroling. And Molly is going to be coming to council for a delegation, I think, in a couple of weeks. Yeah. And that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Bateman. Councillor Lajeunesse?
Yeah, last week I attended the CRD Arts Commission meeting. They awarded the project grants for the initial intake in January. There's another intake happening now. And with the unsuccessful applicants from the January intake, they are providing feedback on where their applications were not that strong. And that was something that I kind of initiated last year, was that if they could provide some workshops to help some of the smaller groups, teach them how to write a successful grant application. So they are going to do that. So stay tuned for that. And what else? The budget open house that was held here in Chambers last week was excellent. It was great to have a chance to chat with staff, and there was, I would say, a relatively moderate public turnout, which suggests that the public is fairly happy with what's going on. So thanks for all that you do. And that's about it.
Okay, Councillor McMath or St. Pierre? Go ahead, Councillor McMath.
I was gonna say, in the essence of time, I'll save it for the next one.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre? Nope. Okay, and me too. Okay, so we have a notice of motion now here for discussion. So this was given at the last meeting and here tonight. So Councillor Bateman has provided notice that council asked the mayor to write a letter to the BC Minister of Housing seeking additional staff and operational funding to allow an increase in the number of overnight beds at the Sooke shelter, and that a meeting be requested with Minister Callon's office and representatives from BC Housing to discuss this matter. So Councillor Bateman has moved that. Is there a seconder for it? Seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. So to motivate, go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
Well, I guess basically the ground floor of the Hope Center, or Hummingbird Place as it's now known, has long been planned to be a services hub. And the services hub is to include a commercial kitchen, washer, dryer, and shower facilities, and office space for support and outreach workers. Always, all along, there would also be 6 overnight shelter beds on that ground floor, and that would serve for 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. for people who are in dire need. And that's fine under what was a plan formulated in 2018, but we're now seeing an uptake in unhoused in the community. And the shelter has reconfigured the space, and they can get as many as 19 overnight shelter beds into that ground floor space. So to make that happen, they have currently 2 employees who work 12-hour shifts. And they are responsible for the 33 other tenants in the building and the operation of the building. But this ground floor space requires, the shelter believes, 3 more employees. And that's what we're going to ask for. So when Sherry Thompson and Melanie Cunningham came to me, I brought the mayor in, and the mayor who founded this homelessness coalition some years ago. And we came up with this proposal, which is basically just go to the province and pitch staff and BC Housing staff on this idea. And the key, as I always say when I discuss this, is at the meeting where it was raised, Medea Mills was in the room with us, and she, as the senior bylaw officer, said this is a game changer in terms of getting people out of tents and into a safe shelter.
Thank you, Councillor Bateman. Councillor McMath?
Is there a process for ensuring that it's local homeless that get those beds?
Yeah, that's always, that comes up a lot. That's a question. So Christy, the operations manager, she has cited stats, because that is a bit of an urban myth that a lot of out-of-towners are coming to Sooke and taking advantage of our facilities. Well, her numbers suggest that over 90% of their clients are Sooke-based or have family in the region and have returned. And that those from out of town are barely stay in town for a month, and then they return back to the urban centers they may have come from, because that's where they get the much broader range of services, and they have their own networks of people. So can those beds be guaranteed? I doubt it, because if it's at 7 p.m. and I need a place to go, I'm either gonna tent at McGregor, or I would have this secondary option.
What I have heard is that they do have specific individuals in mind. There's some folks that would not be, do not want to come inside. They prefer to stay
There's those,
outside.
yeah.
And that they do have individuals in mind that they've been working with for quite some time and would be a good fit. There's house rules that need to be followed and abide by. And then I've heard from some, they have been within our community in a long time. In some cases, the family just cannot provide the support they need anymore.
So what happens though, if you have 15 beds and you have 30 people? How do they triage?
I don't know. That's a really good question. I will ask that. Yeah.
I think that's the balance that they're doing now, being only able to take in 6. So but again, it's something that we could get more information on. Okay, so this is here, it just basically, it's an advocacy piece, as outlined. So thank you for drafting the letter here, sharing where we're at and requesting that, support from the ministry, directly. Councillor St. Pierre?
I know that Minister, this is a provincial matter in terms of, where the money needs to come from. So this makes perfect sense. We simply don't have the deep pockets to actually handle homelessness or really to house the unhoused. So showing them that we've got some good programs, some good plans, and going to them with a plan in hand is exactly what they need. So I fully support the motion.
Okay, so I'll call the question. All those in favor, please. Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Are there any other notice of motions to be read into the record tonight? Nope, so I'll look for a motion to adjourn, please. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Lajeunesse. All those in favor of adjournment? Any opposed? None opposed. That too carries unanimously. Okay, thank you everyone for being with us, and thank you to